Yo! Hey everyone, how's it going? Ooh, look who put the timer right in the way of the music. Nice. Nice. How's everyone doing? I'm Moth. You can tell I'm Moth because of the coat. There's nothing else about her that is noticeable. Hi. Hi everyone. Hi! I missed you! It's been a while since a Pleasant Plays Day! I missed you! I wanted to see you. I want to get up all in there. My hands are so used to using the shortcuts on the keys that even though I have this fancy new Stream Deck with all these buttons, hoo, ha, ho, whoa, how fast can she move? Holy shit! She's cruising! I'm still using my fucking keyboard. I has been very long. Prepare to get longer. I'm gonna do my hardest to make you your hardest. And that's a pleasant guarantee. Captain, that's perfect. Captain, that's perfect. And might I just say, get quote tweeted. Get quote tweeted, idiot. How is this gonna look in the Discord? Oh, I should probably screenshot it rather than anything else, but, you know. I'll leave that to you to fix. Hold on. No. I'll fix it. Hold on. I can't believe you hate me and I'm happy to see you. I hate you? I generally charge people for me to hate them. Excuse me. Hello. How I'm trying to be. I'm catching up. Is that what you're referring to? Are you referring to the fact that I can't read? Holy shit. Someone spend that money. I'm gonna have to spend money to get assets like those. God, I'm gonna drink myself to sleep. I almost choked on my drink for that joke. Guys, I'm here because there's some new emotes and I hope you all like them and I want to know if you guys can use them. They're good. There's Moth Seat, there's Moth Threaten, and there's Threaten Moth. And I don't think she was gonna willingly give you the information that you can now threaten her in emote form. So I'm here. I'm here to make sure you can. And if you can't, oof. There it is. That is her natural state in the world. But, you know, ain't she living the dream for it? Happy Jankathon, everybody. I'm having fun. I'm excited. Speaking of, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I'm gonna start the timer. I just realized it's not started. Let's try and do it through the chat. Let's see if it does it. Huh? Let's see if it works, huh? That did nothing. Awesome. Awesome. Fuck. Okay, guys, hold on. I actually don't know how to use this at all. Control. Aha. Start. Ooh. There she is. And then I don't know if it works. So someone follow and unfollow really quick. No, don't. I want your timers to be correct. I want your follow times to be correct. I don't know. We'll figure out if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll be doing it manually. The way it works is it basically adds a minute per dollar you spend. So a sub adds about 6 minutes. And speaking of that, I believe there's a way for me to make subs cheaper for you, and I'd love to do that for you. If I can figure out how. If I can't figure out how quickly, you're fucked. Sorry. L. Don't know how to help you. Whoa! Did that do something? That did do something! Oh god. Did that add too much? I feel like that added a lot. Oh god. No, it added 60 seconds. It's fine. Oh my god. You're not letting it go below 12. 12 is the starting point, guys. We're above the starting point. Guys, I don't think you realize how this is supposed to work. It works. Thank you. Thank you for live stream. Thank you for testing my timer and nothing else. No other reason are you doing that, right? Now stop before I can do the thing. How do I do the thing? Uh-oh. Subscription discount promotion in beta. Opted in. 35% off select hours for the next, I don't know, 70 fucking hours. Start it. Yup. I couldn't? What the fuck? Is it because I tried to do it for 70 fucking hours? Shit. Ah, shit. How about less hours? How about 20 hours? It's alive! It's alive! 50 hours remaining. Maybe the first one did work. I don't know, but now that's there. Now that's there. Guys, again, we can't actually start until the timer is at the spot where we start at, you know? So if you're above where the timer starts at, we actually can't begin, and I can't bring Moth onto the stage. So you do have to let that go down. So thank you. Everyone, I'm so excited. It's gonna be normal stream activities today, if we so desire. It's gonna be dark wooding. Which, you know, is not perhaps the hype energy that we're gonna have, but we could always pivot. We could actually always pivot. Guess what we have? We have that creepy oil rig game. The problem is, it looks kind of fancy, so it's possible that the model freaks the fuck out if we do that. Captain! Captain, we cannot start until you stop doing that. Okay? Okay? I need you to hear me. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you caught? You understand? Cool. Just making sure. Just making sure. You know, I appreciate having you backstage. I really, really do. I like staring at you while you work, but we're gonna have to begin. We're gonna have to begin. Pleasant, could you look into the art channel if you have a second? Yes. One. Wait, here's a second. Fucking hell. I'm not paying attention to you. Hold on. Whoa! This is exactly what... Helta. You're a treasure. You're a fucking treasure. Guys, I know you're all in the Discord, so you can go see it, but like I just gotta put it on the screen. Helta, if you don't mind me putting it on the screen. It's beautiful. I need it up here so badly. I yearn. Have transparency be broken, so I'll fix it when I get home. Sick. Love that. Love transparency. Yeah, if you want to make just the banner, I'll put it up fucking everywhere. I'll put that bitch up everywhere. Ooh, put it. I'm the Jankathon timer. Hey, now Helta's up here with me. Helta, look, there he is. He's assumedly pregnant. Well, the timer began. Okay, guys, it's been great catching up with you. It really, really has. But I gotta let Moth on the stage, otherwise she'll freak the fuck out. She's been glamming up. She's been doing makeup, taking it off because she's nothing but fur, and makeup does not stick well to fur. It's, you know, it's terrible. It's terrible. But without further fucking ado, now you need the rest of the mod team? I do. Do you want me to try and draw you, Captain? Because no one's gonna like that. No one's gonna like that result. Guys, without further ado, thank you very much for coming around. Thank you very much for giving me the constant support, both in your help, in your advice, in your community, in your company, to bring us here to this point where we could reach a goal where I said I was gonna do a Jankathon, and you guys said bet, and now I get to fuck around with it. Now I get to have a little timer. We get to stream for a little longer. We get to stream 2 days in a row. It's gonna be a great time. It's gonna be a really great fucking time, and I'm really excited to spend it with you. Anyway, I think we're gonna be able to clear this shit out by Friday, because Friday I have off. So we might have an all day, wrap up that timer wherever it's at Friday, and then raid to go see Sirens. Shh. But anyway, love you dearly. Thank you for being here. Excited to spend the Jankathon with you. And without further ado, I'm gonna... Holy shit, you hit me so hard, I got whiter. I got way what? Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. How you doing? How you doing? Here, hold on. Why am I behind this picture? That's messed up. That's messed up. I don't want that. I gotta be in front. I gotta be in front and center. That way, when I do this, you can still see me. Hi, everyone. We're janking off. We're janking it hard. We're janking it harder than we've ever janked before. We're I love this. I love this so much. I just can't stop staring at it. Guys, this has become a me stare at Helta's art all day thon. Had to reuse an old banner. Oh, that's what you mean. That's so funny. That's so funny. Driving home, but we'll be listening in. Helta, I love you. Drive safe. Don't chat. God, I need a... I don't know the words. I don't know the words to my own songs. But hi. Guys, I hope your week's going great. I've been excited all day, and I've been wanting to talk to people, and I can't, because I work with people who would be, as soon as they find out I'm an anime woman on the internet, it's over for me. They're leaving me in a ditch somewhere. They're running me over. It's done. It's done. But I've wanted to brag about this all fucking day. I get to spend so much time with you idiots. I'm gonna make you sick of me. I'm so excited. You've been an absolute gem of a... don't. I'll cry. Okay, I'm reading it. I'm calm. Been an absolute gem of ethereal cryptid bog witch to work with and be a friend of, and it's been a pleasure to be here, so I want to do this, and what a better time to do it than right at the beginning. One moment. What? What? No. You don't gotta do anything. You're already playing D&D with me, man. That's everything I've always wanted in life. That's everything I ever needed. Unless you're about to give me art, in which case, give me. But if you're about to throw shit at me, do not. Oh my god! I'm gonna bring Pleasant back out here. I can't work under these conditions. The timer is supposed to be below 12 hours. Below 12 hours! Captain, you're a fucking doll and a gem, and I'm gonna suck the life out of you. When we I don't know what I'm saying. Thank you for gifting 20 fucking subs. Jesus, so many recognizable names. Axel Otter got one. You love them. I love them. Everyone loves them. I think Numbers got one. Shizuki got one. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Hike probably exists. All the fucking bangers. Honorary Men. We got our token man. Sick. We needed one of those. Fuck yeah. We got an honorary man. Just one. And that's all we need. And we'll never need another. Everyone else, scram. Fuck yeah. Captain, don't you dare say you were. If you ain't fruity, I'm cis. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that for the road. Captain, thank you so much. I'm just gonna keep saying that. Oh, that's very, very, very sweet of you. Very, very kind of you to give more creeps access to ad-free viewing and our sick-ass emotes provided by your very own Helta _Riz. And by God, does he riz me up. I'm fine, and I'm gonna be normal about this. You're lovely, you're great. Shut up, don't do that again. Savvy? Guys, I know I've said this kind of shit. Fuck you, stop it. What the hell? Okay, I'm done for real this time. Good, you fucking prick. I love you, quit it. Jesus Christ. Happy Jankathon Queen, I'll be janking to you. Ray cease. We cannot be janking our hog this early. You're gonna chafe something. You're gonna fucking hell. Everyone buy lotion, I beg of you. You're gonna need it. Taking so hard already. Oh my god. And get quoted. And get quoted. And get eternalized in the quote channel, Ray. Thank you so much for participating. I swear, I use a funny bit, and it's just a little silly for me. I don't gotta worry about much, but then you guys say these things, and you think I won't immortalize them instantly. Instantly. I'm gonna be your friend for so long. You're gonna be in front of people. You're gonna be like, God, these people are kind of impressive. I hope nothing embarrassing happens. And a link to this moment is gonna pop up. You're gonna hunt me down. My one goal in life is to make my friends cry. Shut your whore mouth. I am smiling so goddamn hard. It's fuck you. Stop it. Stop it. All of you are lovely. All of you are great. I'm happy. I'm happy that you all want to spend more time with me, because that's what you're doing, baby. That's what you see that timer down there? That's how long you're stuck with me. That's fucking so many minutes of me time, or whatever that fucking line from the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie is. You know what I'm saying. I hope. I hope. Guys, that song that was just playing, I listened to it so much when I was first setting up stream, for the very first time, because it has a line in it that's like, right from the beginning, they're like, we want a band that'll play for nothing, for just food and a place to sleep, and we'll all feel like this was the place we always belonged. And it's just, I don't know, that was like so inspirational. And here you are throwing money at me. Quit it. You're going against the theme. The theme is punk. The theme is destitute. Look at this apartment. You think money buys this apartment? No. Bad vibes and addictions. My own goal in life is to make my friends die. Ruh-roh in FND. Fuck. In D&D. What's FND? What's F and D? You're gonna F me in the D? I don't think that works like that. I think... Fucking hell. I'll blush. I want to support you, okay, bitch? Be poorer. Make me poorer. That's how you support me. You have to make my life worse, not better. You're going the wrong direction. Appreciate you. Love you. Friends and Dungeons. Ah, Friends and Dungeons. That's the name of my fucking S&M club. And I have one of those because I'm social and brave. So many people are like, oh, I'm not so down bad to need like this kind of weird community. I'm like, I'm just not social enough. I'm not willing to I'm not gonna organize a crew fucking around. Like, my passions are nothing. I'll F your D. I'm telling you, it doesn't work that way. Well, who am I to tell you what you can and can't do? Go off, queen. Guys, we're getting nice and feral right in the beginning, and I knew I was asking for it when I named the event Jankathon, but you know, my question for myself and you is, of course, how long can we keep this up? And I suspect not long. So at some point, we're gonna have to tamp it off and kind of hold off. We're gonna have to like keep it ready, but like not go off, you know. We're gonna have to keep it right on the brink, right on the I can't think of you know, right before a fucking piece of land becomes a sheer cliff, right at that part that's it's like a transitional point, the liminal space of coming. Jokes aside, I did want to do something big to kick off the GenCon, because you're fun and this place is fun. I promise I'll be good for this. Scouts honor. I was kicked out of the Scouts. I know this about you, Captain. I know this about you. Ugh, I do appreciate you, and I'm glad you enjoy me, and I'm glad you want to support me continuing to be a clown in front of you. I will clown around for as long as you are willing to put up with it. And longer. I promise. Don't make me tell jokes to an empty stage. I will do it, and it will shatter my self-esteem. That's a joke I stole from Funky Frogbait. I don't know if anyone watches them, but they're funny as sin. Captain, that for the rest of the Jankathon, that command is banned. I just want everyone to know that. I just want everyone to know that going into this. For the rest of the thon, that is banned. I'm sure that'll go over well. A sucker, I'm a dumb creeper. With a sign on the box saying never, never, never release. I am a punk on the sucker. Dayton? I laugh at authority. Laugh in the hole, you whore. Ugh. If there's one thing I love abusing, it's me. If there's two things I love abusing, it's me and power. Someone should let Dayton back in. That was probably, I don't know how long I banned him for. Oh, 2 minutes? Ah, he's fine. You can let him back. It's up to you, honestly. I leave it to your personal discretion. Bow, 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 bow. I almost threw my fucking headphones into the monitor. Banned, huh? Okay. You scare me. You scare me. I don't even read it anymore. I see exclamation mark good girl and I just skip the next block of text. I'm like, I don't need this in my life. Guys, I really do want to make you guys answer for me. Huh. Well, look who's out of the hole. Look who's out of my crevasse. Look who crawled out of my receptacle. The play... don't worry about it. We'll find something else. I have 7TV editor after all. I keep saying like, oh, thank God I put Captain in charge of 7TV emotes. It's been so fun and it's been so good. I think this Thon is gonna make me regret that decision. So that is awesome. Viva la revolution! The revolution is putting me in a lamp? Why am I not surprised? Guys, I forgot to get a drink of water. How embarrassing is it that I was like, oh, I'm ready to begin. I got my caffeine drink. I got my little snack. I'm good. Shrimp immediately. Okay, but I'm shrimping all the way to the kitchen. Guys, you gotta pretend to entertain yourselves. I'll try and entertain yourself on the way, but I'm talking so much and so suddenly I'm thirsty, damn it. I'm thirsty. I need water. I need it. Okay, everything's fine. I was like, damn, I'll just talk super fast and excitedly for a long time, and nothing bad will happen. Turns out you need that liquid to live. Okay, I'm shramped. I'm stuck. I'm good. So, guys, what are we doing? Besides jankin', I've heard enough about your jankin'. I've heard enough to last me a lifetime about your jankin'. Brother, we shall rule this nation. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is the day I regret. This is the day I regret. Revolt, revolt, jar the moth! Jar the moth! We don't have a jar. We don't have a jar because I fear what you'd do to it. I fear what you'd put in there. This is capped. This receptacle is capped, and I am forever grateful that it is capped. This floating bits, nothing obnoxious in here. Let your body go, dancing the devil, you know, we'll go home. Never forget, Moth, all containers have a hole somewhere. I need a moment to repress that. Sorry, that's gotta go in the vault, just like instantly. That's just a scary thing to say. Psych! I'm quoting you in the quote channel. You're tramped? Go off, queen. Now hold on. Now hold on. Let your body go, dance with the devil, you know, or go home. Mothland shall become a vassal to Daytonia? I don't fuck with this at all. I don't fuck with this at all. This is go back in the hole forever talk. I'm just saying that right now. The greatest micronation to ever exist. Me when I use the wrong two. Ooh, kill him. Kill him in the public square. Draw and quarter him with horses. With a Clydesdale. My specialty is psychic damage. I thought that was my specialty. Your special... Oh, no. You also do it. We all be doing psychic damage. D&D was so fucking fun last night, guys. I'm going to be referencing it all day. 2 people in this chat are going to know what I'm talking about. And that's the way we like it. In Daytonia, your citizenship is subscription-based? You can pay for your independence? That sounds morally concerning, but who am I to question a system that I didn't write? I don't even bother to question the systems I make. When do we get to talk about Tentacle Land? You know, when you want to visit. That's it. Let me just say, you name Hunger of Hadar Hentai Island one time, and no one wants to let it go. I swear fealty to Daytonia? Emery, no! Damn it! We needed you. You were our... I don't know what you were. Actually, in government, what status are all of you? I would make Undoubtable captain of the military, but I fear they're a little trigger happy. And we don't have one. Right, Moth, I used your playlist the other day. It's hella fire? I'm fucking honored. Wait, which one? I love that. Undoubtable's been transferring all my fucking playlists to YouTube. It's incredibly, incredibly flattering. I'm gonna smooch that raccoon. I swear it. As the first of your name, you shall be gifted a perpetual subscription of free will. What? That's no fair. Oh, right. Unfairness is like part of the buy-in. I see. I don't like it. I like to be on record. It's not like, God damn it, I have to pay to be on record, don't I? I have to pay to be able to talk in public about how much I hate the system. God, this sucks. He shall be allowed to have his own thoughts. Ooh. Concerning implications about what happens to people who don't buy such a subscription. But, who am I to question? What happens in Daytonia stays in Daytonia after all. Daytonia can never fall. We are tax haven since you don't have to pay taxes. Interesting. That seems like it won't have bad problems anywhere ever. So hopefully you can take all our fucking billionaires off our hands. That'd be sick. Actually, yeah, do it. Guys, eventually we gotta figure out what we're doing today. We got options is all I'm saying. We could Darkwood. We can... Alright, I don't remember the name of the other one. Me, when I promised I'd be prepared for this, and literally 10 minutes before we started, I looked up, how much time should a sub add to a subathon? And the internet went, I don't know. You probably shouldn't even do a subathon. And I went, unhelpful. I'm trying to find it. Fucking hell. Still Wakes the Deep. That was the one. Still Wakes the Deep is the other option, and it does look awesome. It's why I keep considering it as an alternative to Darkwood, but it also looks like it might tank my frame rate. Why am I yawning? I'm chugging so much caffeine, guys. It's the ADHD. It's the ADHD television screaming in my ear. Holy fuck! Slay the Princess has more merch. Sorry, I'm on Steam and then I got distracted. There's a plush. There's a plush of the witch. My cat wife. There's a sick ass sweater. Oh my god. Oh, I'm buying that sweater. I'm buying that sweater. Holy shit. How expensive could it be? Guys, do you know what I'm talking about? Slay the Princess has a sweater with the Moment of Clarity, who is one of my favorite princesses, by the way. Slay the Princess. Sorry, this is super important to the subathon, probably. Don't worry about it. I can't find it. Oh no! Oh no! Sweater. There it is. I found it. $45! That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen as soon as my paycheck comes in. Oh yes. Sorry. 1 sub, 1 hour. Forever Moth. Guys. Guys. Love you. But the day I trust you is the day I die. The post D&D night come down is real. True. I was buzzing. I was buzzing in bed. I was just like, and my guy did this and this and this. We love the billionaire. There's more than happy to gift the poor subscriptions to indentured citizenship. Exactly. See? You got it. You got it. Haven't you seen the new one from One Frame Man? You don't need good frame rate. I have not seen the new One Frame Man. Does it come with a theme song? One frame. You know? Ooh, the song hasn't updated in a while. Oh, there it is. Honestly, I'm a bit of a simp for Goddess Princess, but Moment of Clarity is a hella fire choice. She's so good. She's so fucking... Though, oh my god, the new options. The new options. The Spectre is still my first and she's my wife, and I would never, ever hate her. But her new expansion path, her new Princess and the Dragon thing, ooh, very good. Very, very good. And then fucking hell. Fucking hell. The Smittens one. I loved her so much. She made me cry. She made me cry hard. Now I want to play more Slay the Princess. You gotta. If you haven't gotten those two, if you haven't gotten the Princess and the Dragon and oh fuck, I forgot what it's called, but it's the when you and the fucking hell, what's her name? The innocent one that the Smitten loves. The damsel. When you and the damsel say to just stay in the fucking prison forever. Ooh. So good. So good. Guttural fucking feelings were felt. I can't believe you added a whole fucking hour to this bullshit. A whole fucking 2 hours to this bullshit right off the bat. That's crazy, by the way. That's crazy work. I actually got both of those. Those are hella good. They're so good. They're so good. Ugh. I've added 2 whole hours so far, Captain. You told me you were done for real this time. Captain, You informed me, pay no attention to the eldritch hells happening to my sunglasses, that you were done for real this time. This fucking lying whore. This harlot. This dummy thick lieutenant. And by God, he was. I actually thought the nice and kind princess was the real one. Ah, my sweet summer child. I mean, real, not real. In that game, ooh, what a question. What a question. Did you get... Wait. Did you get the strange beginning, strange endings achievement? Did you get that? I'm just gonna say the directions. I'm not gonna tell you what's going on. If the first princess you meet... That was the game ending? I thought that was... In my defense, I got it really early on. Very true. If you get the first... If the first princess ever... You choose to walk away forever. Until everything breaks. And then you go meet the princess inside the lady. Best ending. Best, no matter what decision you make from there. That's the real princess in my heart of hearts. In my heart. In my reality. Never trust me when a timer is involved. What the fuck does that mean? What other occasion should I not trust you based on that metric? Just out of curiosity. Not sure, I kind of pirated the game since me got no money. Real. I think I did walk away and everything looked hella effed up, but I'm not sure. Yeah. You just gotta do that first, and then you gotta go all the way until the shifting mound. And then you gotta continue arguing with the shifting mound until you're going on the inside. That's the path to my personally correct, most faithful princess. Helta was very much in agreement with that statement. I was chatting about it. Ugh, so good. That whole game is so good. And I love that every time I hear it, it's a stereotype about some nerd being unable to shut the fuck up about Slay the Princess and it getting really annoying for the people around them, because yeah, accurate. If Slay the Princess becomes your favorite game, you are that person, and I am that person, and I like being that person, but also I get it. With money Helta gave me, I can buy the ultimate bundle. I'm gonna lick you clean. What the fuck? What's I wanted that book. I want the picture book. I want it so bad. God damn it. Ugh, what a good game. I swear, I'm gonna be waiting on the fucking lap of everything that Black Tabby Games comes out with from now until the end of time. You know, I love following Supergiant's games, and I still plan to play Hades 2 and anything else they come out with, but God, I'm licking my chops at more fucking Black Tabby games. I should get it. I do normally buy games I like. Yeah. Captain, thank you for the freedom. You're a hero and a scoundrel, and that's exactly what we like about you. Wanna party. No, don't. No, don't do that. You see that down there? Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not looking. You can't make me say shit if I don't perceive you. Do that. No, guys, you have free will. You have free will, and you don't have to pay a subscription for it. You just have that innately. The first game I ever bought was The Long Dark. I never played that. That's because I pirated that baby after watching someone else play it and decided I want to play it too. Real bugs. Dayton, Captain, you have free will. You don't have to do this. You don't have to live in this reality. 2 could be enough. I bet Captain, you know what? Honestly, I don't think Captain has that many points to throw at me. That man cannot hold on to his points. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see you every night. Taco Bell recipes, fucking bug throwing. I'm so sure about that. Wouldn't life be better if you didn't have that pesky free will, though? Or, like, say you had to earn that right. I think it would. I cannot emphasize enough how much I do not agree. All right, there's one. There's one. Oh, wait. Does giving money give you points? Uh-oh. Ah! My neck! My back! My pussy and my crack! Ah! Guys. Alright. Hi, Helta. Ugh. Oh my god, you spiked me into the ground like a volleyball! That's fucked up. That's messed up. We don't have to live in this reality. Oh my god. Wait a minute, is that a Cupcake lyric? No comment. I don't know. And don't forget it. I would never. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I'm just happy Small Gray Cat is at work. If anyone encourages you, it's them. Guys, how do you feel about a little... If I made a poll to try and make you do my job for me, would you guys answer it? What do you say? What do you say? Poll. What play? Would still wakes the deep or nothing else? I don't have any other options. And we'll set it for 3 minutes. Okay, there it is. We'll do that and not 50-50 the vote. Well, there are... Hold on. There are 7 of you, so you can't. But, nice try. One for Darkwood. Okay. Okay. Did you see through this as a thinly veiled attempt to escape that horrific game? Do you see me for my true colors? Oh my god, the music! Guys, you ran out the playlist. Yeah, it's your fault I yapped that long, not mine. Oh. Next one. Ooh, a banger. A certified hood classic. God, I gotta learn how to play a banjo. Simply for this song and this song alone. I'm on the rob! She's on the rob! Stealing from my job! I can't steal from my job. Bezos won't let me in his house anymore since the incident. Moth, is the digital art book of Slay the Princess worth it? I don't fucking know. I don't have it. No choice for Outer Wilds. Ooh, should I put Outer Wilds on the thing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I can report it. I can report my own poll. Too late. It's kind of hard to talk over this song because they be talking fast, but I fuck with the message. God, I love a brass instrument. Whoever voted 2-1, your mom's a hoe. Damn, Captain has harsh views about rights to vote. Everyone deserves to be able to vote on their own thing. Captain, what if they want an answer? What if they don't want a 50-50 it? What if they do like having their voice heard? Guys, you don't have to listen to Captain. You have to play with your wood during a jankathon. I do like that logic. I do. If it's a tie, do Outer Wilds. Ooh. Now there's an idea. I'm scared if I don't play Darkwood, I'll never play it again. That's my fear. Because I'm scared of it. I'm genuinely scared of it. But also, I want to keep energy up. I want to keep energy hype. And Darkwood is not hype. It's grim. It's horrifying. 2-2. Okay. Outer Wilds it is. We'll start with Outer Wilds. We'll start with that. And honestly, if it makes me nauseous, Darkwood would be a fine thing to switch to. And Outer Wilds does occasionally do that to me. Alright, let me just set it up for you guys. Real quick. Real quick. Oh, that's right. I need a controller. I have it. It is here. It's not plugged in, but I do have it. Me and the shortest fucking USB cord to ever exist. Ooh. I was worried the sound would switch to the controller again. I do hate it when it does that. All right. Guys, are you ready? Guys, are you ready? Are you more scared of Darkwood or Gestalt? I don't know what Gestalt is. Oh. Is that the gun dude? Fuck that guy. I'm gonna put him in Tentacle Land. And he got shit daggered by my familiar, so what do I care for him? He is gonna turn that closet to dust the next time he sees it. He's like, oh, what a fly, I don't have to care about this. Ha! Poison condition, get fucked. The category was set to Outer Wilds, Captain. I'm gonna kiss you on your sultry mouth. Sorry, I just want to let this song finish. I'm just jamming out to it. What an emote. Dear God. All right. Friends, compatriots, let's play some video games. I'm excited. This is the thing we do at the Jankathon, apparently. I feel bad. I feel bad a little bit. You guys are going to have to reassure me a little because I feel bad. Here, let's switch over to the game. I feel slightly bad that we are going to play video games, which is the same thing I do all the time, but I'm encouraging you to pay me. But I guess I've increased the amount of time I'm playing video games, but still, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, but I love y'all. Happy you're here. Let's go fuck around in space and not fly into the sun. That's our one mission. We can fly into anywhere else. We can die any numerous ways, but if I fly into the sun one more time, ooh, I'm gonna be mad. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ah! Can everyone hear very well? It's a little loud for me, but I don't mind that. Maybe it'll jump scare me a little better if it's a little loud. Kissing stream. You know it, baby. Hold on. Can I make my model continue to work? That would be awesome if I could do that. That would be sick. No. No, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it at all. What if I... Yeah, no, there's no doing it. So I'm gonna be kind of staring dead-eyed at you. You know what? maybe I'll be able to buy that fucking thingy that I can use 2 computers, and then my model will finally work during games. Not buy 2 computers. I have 2 computers, but I need an extra thing to make them work. Okay, do I remember what we're doing? No. No, I don't. Hey, look, it's that moon. I feel like the last couple times I've been going over to Brittle Hollow. Okay. Let's check out on the computer. More Ash Twin stuff. Producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Every moment recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted. Vamps Warp Core. Ow. Hello, Dayton. Ah! Am I gonna have to start calling for hand checks like the bus driver on field trips? Hand checks? What are hand checks? What the fuck kind of bus were you in, Captain? I want to stay in colonize. What the fuck? I mean, liberate Mothland, but me gotta wake up in like 5 hours to do lectures, so I gotta say goodbye to the beautiful and cute Moth. Aw, you flatterer, you. And the lovely Pleasant. She's alright. And good night to Chad. Please bug the Moth in the name of Daytonia. You could bug the Moth in the name of just yourself. Don't fucking advertise for Dayton's Daytonia. I don't fuck with it. It seems like a scam, but thank you for stopping by, Dayton. You are a lot of fun, and it was good chatting to you, and I hope you have a good time and a good rest before you must present things. Okay. The Ash Twin project still has more shit to do, but I see. Okay. I see. Okay. I just want to get rid of all these little symbols. What else? Yes, I knew that. Sensors, observatory, no trace of the eye signal, launching probe. Yeah, I knew about that too. Monica. Ooh. Cool. Space doesn't work the same inside the Dark Bramble. Frozen jellyfish, construction yard, probe tracking module. I don't know why there's a little symbol on there. Oh, because there's more to explore here on the launch module. I see. Okay, that's fine. Mural panel. Why is it still... Whatever. Okay, a whole bunch of things. Cool. I have cleared my map of notifications. I am ready to go to Dark Bramble. I think. That's Gabbro. That's Chert. Where I could look on the map. I don't know why I'm doing this the hard way. There you are. Both Shizuki and totally not Shizuki got gifted subs. Mighty suspicious. You have Ash Twins, Interloper, and Dark Bramble left. Ooh. Change frequency. Distress beacon. Okay. That I know we're going for. You're so loud. You're like so fucking loud. Okay. Hey! I don't see anything bad near me. Ooh, ads in progress. We're gonna chill for a second. We're gonna chill for a second. Unless we're not. Guys, I'm already having so much fun. This is so silly. This is so good. Y'all are a blast. Okay, I do have to turn my game volume down a little bit. I think, like, we're gonna pause less during ad breaks because, you know, if I'm encouraging you guys to throw shit at me, I should at least reward the people who get shit thrown at and who throw shit, you know? With, like, you know, ad-free viewing means break-free viewing, right? But if there's any plot-relevant stuff, like, we'll still do exploring and stuff, but if there's anything plot-relevant, you know, we'll take a break. And I'll still, like, coordinate my breaks in ad breaks as well. Whatever you feel like. I appreciate you. Ooh, towards the red one. That's interesting. This space already feels very different from others. Ooh, uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ooh, what are you? What are you? Whoa. What was that? Fascinating. Oh. Is that a fish? Or just a rock? Is it orbiting? What the fuck? Interesting. Is it gonna hit me? I'm gonna have to jet? Uh-oh. Whoop. Okay. I'm really scared because the red last time meant eggs, you know? Is that, like, real? Okay, it is. What the fuck? Oh. Did I pass it? I did. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Oh yeah. I was like, oh god, I should change the gate. You already did that. All right, let's see what happened in here, huh? So this one will be fresh from their escape. Our escape pod crashed as we tried to flee this place, destroying our movement and communication capabilities in the process. We've held out as long as we could here, but this pod's supply of breathable air is nearly depleted. The anglerfish attack more and more frequently. Our best chance of survival is to return to the vessel to either repair the damage or, more properly, await rescue. Seka, is the message finished? The vessel's beacon is already growing fainter. It will be gone in a matter of hours. We need to leave here, quickly. I see. Look at that. Begin flight log. Escape pod 3, vessel has been mortally injured. Emergency sequence activated, awaiting departure from vessel. Now launching escape pod 3. Multiple collisions have altered pod's trajectory. Significant damage to pod detected. Ah! Guys. Scanning external environment, scan complete, gravity not detected, breathable air not detected, multiple life force detected, potentially hostile verdict, do not exit pod. Oh, that was the last message. What was the... Oh, life support air, propulsion air. I see. There's a new problem. Our equipment is detecting two distinct beacons from the vessel, but it isn't possible for the vessel to be in two different locations at the same time. I agree, but the beacons are exactly identical to each other. Perhaps if I had more time. We're nearly out of time already. Din, the vessel's beacon is quickly fading. Soon it will be gone and we will be lost. We'll follow the beacon whose source is nearest to us. But suppose that beacon is false. We likely don't have enough air to reach the farther of the two beacons, Din. The decision is made for us. We'll leave a trail of lights as we go. There's still a chance someone could hear our escape pod's distress signal. Methinks I arrived a little too late, but yeah, I did. Hi, Undoubtable! Happy jacking! Now, hold on. We're just fucking it up. We're just fucking it up at every angle. But thank you for being here, Undoubtable. It's good to see you. Happy fucking Jankathon. I guess I could use my spaceship. In fact, it would probably be wise to do so, but... Ooh! Fascinating. That's not ideal. Oh, there's all their corpses. Oof. To any who come searching for us, we followed one of the two beacons from the vessel to this place, but now we can go no farther. It's almost too faint to hear now, but the vessel's beacon is still faintly emitting from within this thorny seed. Yet the opening is too small for even a single nomad to fit through it. So our escape pod couldn't have flown through here. I don't understand how this could be possible, but this gruesome place seems able to manipulate space itself. Perhaps this was our undoing. To be so close to the location of the vessel and still so far away is difficult. Worse, the vessel's beacon is dying. Soon we will be unable to hear it. There's nothing we could do now but try to perhaps find a way inside, or at least attempt to comprehend why this happened. My dearest hope is that the other escape pods were able to reach relative safety. That's it. Ooh. Yeah. Alright. There's the duplicate signal. Sorry, guys. If I gotta fuck something up at every angle, I'm glad the one I'm fucking up is you. Now hold on. Totally wholesome. Totally whole something. Unless... Alright, we've only just begun janking, people. Let's make sure we have sufficient stamina for the journey. Woo! Alright, where's our duplicate signal? Which one should we go to? Oh, that's right. There's one there. That's the closer one. The farther one was the, well, probably not the correct one, but is the one they couldn't take. Perhaps there is some solace in knowing there was no correct answer. Or perhaps not. It seems there's no anglerfish over here, which is interesting. Or maybe I'm just lucky enough that they're not here at the moment. Uh-oh. There they are. This could get very bad for me. And now we chill. And now we chill here for a moment. Till we get far enough away from these critters. The trifecta of fuckery. Or we could go with our personal jetpacks. It will probably be fine. You got a pocket knife? I admire your confidence. The only thing I'm doing with a pocket knife is possibly, you know, taking one last slice of rations for when I go out. Technically, we are moving. Very slowly. Ooh. That's right. The eggs. The eggies. I'm so scared. I don't think I can do it while they're visible, for sure. I don't even know that I can do it while they're invisible. Oh my god! Yeah, 3 new emotes for you, courtesy, as always, of Helta, our lovely, lovely artist. And incredible mod. Everything will be fine now. Now that you can point a gun at me and I can point a gun at you, everything's good. Everything's good forever. Ooh. I still hear breathing. Uh-oh. Maybe that knocked us in the correct trajectory. It kind of looks like it did. She had a really pleasant view. Oh, you know it. You know, I'm always always here to lend someone a hand finding a seat. You know? Wouldn't want their legs getting tired. Ooh. We're close. We're close. Real and based. You know, I just do my part. Ooh. Spooky, spooky. There it is. Ooh. Fucking hell yes. Oh. Oh no. Lot of skeletons. Yeah, no, I figured. Time to go. Freeze. Oh. What is this? What are you? What did that do? I have no idea what that did. What are you? You need to go in there. Pick up warp core. Oh. Fascinating. Ugh. Perspective is fucky. We're gonna put that back down. Just in case. And let's go ahead and... Well, I have no idea what that does. What about over here? Fascinating. Ugh. I keep tilting my whole fucking head to try and keep the reins on this bitch. How about that? How about now? Ooh, I didn't notice that before. Interesting. Oh, I think I see. Looks like you need a new warp core. You think so? Oh yeah, that's broken as shit. That's broken as sin. Ah! Guys. Stop. Okay, well, let's go ahead and... Ooh, what's up there, though? Ah! Wait. Ah! Who's honking? Stop that. Did you guys hear that? Ooh! Whoa! Why is that orange? Is it because I haven't read it? Or I have? Probably haven't, right? Ah! God damn it! The world-ending music. To any Nomai clans whose vessels can hear this message, it's clear the universe is dying. There are fewer and fewer resources and safe places within space now, so my clan and I believe the best option is for all of our clans to stay together. If you can reach the gloaming galaxy, we found that Blackrock's suns are fairly stable, and life in this star system is comparatively thriving. We live in relative safety. If you prefer to continue exploring alone, know you will be on your own. Kana, we're making our way to you. It's good to hear from you, Bromi. We'll watch you for your vessel. Has anyone heard from Neem? His clan was on its way to our vessel, but they never arrived. He hasn't sent any messages. I'm beginning to worry. That is unsettling. It reminds me of that old myth my grandfather used to tell, the disappearance of Escal. I remember hearing that story as a child. One day, Ishal's vessel simply stopped responding. The other clans searched and searched, but found no trace. It was as if their missing friends had warped out of existence. There's no myth, friends. Escal's clan existed and their story was very real. What a curious event to have passed into myth. Our ancestors' ancestors were told that story when they were young. Are you sure it's true, Hisab? It was a very long time ago, but yes. My clan's ancestors searched for Escal's clan for a long time, and in the end, none of them were ever seen again. It's the only time in our history a vessel has disappeared this way. I hope you aren't comparing Escal's story to my clan's vessel. Me, my friend, we feared you were gone. Not yet, we aren't, but nearly. We found that trouble during our warp. The triple suns of the bright sparks of our system exploded. It was only a lucky coincidence. We weren't caught in the blast. We'll see you soon. I am relieved your clan is safe. It's good to hear your words. Any vessels nearby, remember to be extremely cautious of potentially unstable stars. Most of them are. Fascinating. Okay. What about last night? Yeah, we were playing D&D. Ooh, did I miss some fun? Did I miss some fun talks? Sorry, I can't scroll up. D&D was very, very fun. I almost killed them all next time for sure. True that. Okay. The vibes of that was very endgame. I saw the place where we could put those runes that we saw the location of the eye of the universe. We could go there. But we need a new warp core. I suspect we should continue exploring the Ash Twins because it's the only other place with more shit to see. Or I guess, no, subsurface energy readings. I still haven't gotten to the bottom of that. But I actually don't know how. And then Tower of Quantum Knowledge, I don't think is completely necessary. But it doesn't say there's anything else to do. What is this? The Sunless City. Yeah, let's go to the Sunless City. Just to grab whatever's left there. That's my plan. Okay, so most of the universe is dying. Great. Awesome. Sick. What are you? The Adelrock. Okay. Where are they? There they are. There you are. Let's not crash me into the fucking ash twin, huh? Ooh, almost went out without a spacesuit. That could have been bad. Yes. It's kind of sick that I know my way to the Sunless City by heart. Kind of fucking awesome. Ooh, that's not it. Oh, I take it back. Andy out here doing God's work by testing the timer. True. Yippee! Okay, what else is there to explore in here? Stepping Stone District, Anglerfish Overlook District. I think I've explored everything there is to know about that. Ooh. What are you? Eye Shrine. I don't know that I've been there. Oops. Come on. That's Gravity Cannon. Have I been in there? I don't know that I have. Ooh, that's right. Ooh. Damn. Okay. Interesting. Going through there would be bad. All right. I definitely have not been over here. Ooh, look. It's the Ash Twin. That's... Oh, no, I have been here. The gravity cannon is just where you get the spaceship back, right? Yeah. Okay, I've very much been here. Damn, they're really good at hiding shit. Where the fuck did I just come out of? I could see the fucking Ash Twin. But I guess it moves, so that means very little. Am I going crazy? Oh, yeah, right there. It's just way farther up than I thought. Okay. So I've done this. Crazy! I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with stuff. And that stuff made me crazy. Okay. High Shrine District. Done. Have I been in here? I might have. Ooh! Don't go down there. Oh! Did they all die to the ghost matter, or did they die far before? Ooh, ghost matter even in there, huh? Ooh, it's kind of clear right through there. Okay, let's do it. Ow! That hurt. Oh, that was just over here. Okay, that was useless. That was an adventure in uselessness. High Shrine District, done. High Energy Lab Trailhead, also done. Stepping Stone District. I must not have, but like, I swore I had. Maybe you still need to explore D's? How about you go fuck yourself? I guess this doesn't look the most familiar, but it looks kind of familiar. It looks a little familiar. I'm not superstitious, but I'm stitious. Oh yeah, I've been here. I've been here a million fucking times. I guarantee it. I'd stake my life on it. I'd stake your life on it. Glad to know the spectral civil rights movement has been a successful. Ghost matters. I hate you. Okay, yeah, I've been here. They're playing Fossil Fish. I've been down here, but it's already filling up. What haven't I explored in here? I really should have checked the ship, shouldn't I have? Right? Before coming down here, because I don't really know what I'm looking for. I'm just kind of looking around. I thought for sure I had already explored the bulkhead, the lab shit, because I ended up inside the real lab, you know? I guess I could go check it out. Oh. Well. That is disappointing. Let's go back to the ship. The hard way. You don't have to show me this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Very proud of Pleasant and Moth? Why are you proud of me? Wait, what are you proud of? Oh wait, I missed cute stuff. Hold on. Hold on. Everyone hold on. God. Let me escape. Let me I hate you. Okay. I didn't miss much. Okay, good. Y'all were just being cute. I couldn't resist. Wee! 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 Okay. What's going on in there? I don't know what more. I already got to the sun station. I feel like I've explored every fucking district there is. Anglerfish fossil, hanging city, vessel. Let's go to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge just because what if there's a fucking warp drive in there? Woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, this is gonna be a hard landing. And nothing of value was lost. Can I get in there through here? I don't remember. Exit, damage, whatever damage, blah, blah, blah. I ain't coming back here. What do I care? Probably. I'm becoming very callous with my lives, I'm starting to realize, which, you know, one could write a dramatic story about that. I won't be. Pretty proud of you. We're grateful to be your friend. Aw, you dork. What are you grateful for? I mean, same. Vaguely hospitable environment. Thing. Ah. Be free. So I found out the universe is in fact ending, which I kind of just breezed past because we didn't have a lot of time, but God, is that a lot? Can I make it up there, you think? Woo! Let's go. What do you call a nun in a wheelchair? I don't know. I can't think of anything funny. What do I call them? Is this not to the city? I really thought it was. Oh, it is. Though I guess I'm not sure if this is the way to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. But we're hurrying. We're racing. Ooh, is the gravity? Yeah, a little higher. Not by too much. Virgin Mobile. Ooh. Oh, none of this is the tower. I'm in the wrong fucking place entirely, aren't I? Huh. Uh-oh. I do love that that joke hinges on the idea that you are more mobile if you are using a wheelchair than if you did not need one. which is just kind of funny. I was tempted to commit blasphemy in my Christian Minecraft server. You better watch the fuck out. Huh. Oh, missed. All right. What is there to do out here? Try and catch that fucking interloper. That's my mission. I'm traveling hundreds of meters per second, which is probably fine. Ooh, overshot her. God damn it. Hold on. Oh, I can't use the super boost out in space? Ooh, that's bad. That's bad. We're probably gonna die out here, guys. What can Skittles do that men cannot? Come in different flavors? I don't know that that's correct, but I do appreciate a good cum joke, so. Sounds like a challenge. Man, we're gonna have a weird diet after all said and done here. I don't have any arrows, so feasibly I am on the right path. I am scared I'm gonna fucking collide with it like a ton of bricks. But, ooh. Wait, do I have to teleport it and then get to it to get under the surface? Ow. Well, I didn't die. So that's something. I thought there was something on here, right? God damn it. What if that is the answer? What if I have to recall it on the Ember Twin and then come back here? I don't really see any other way below the surface. I just have no idea what readings they were talking about. Certainly not quantum. We are gonna die out here, but, you know, that's for science. Pineapples is one of my favorite fruits. Noted. Undoubtedly, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. On Ray's stream, we are allowed to nuke chat if she says pineapple or pineapples. Interesting. If Moth says it, Helta might destroy chat on reflex. Uh-oh. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. The anticipation is killing me. I'm really sailing through the crevasses of this. I'm not seeing much in terms of ways through. Okay. Okay. There's an entrance on the front of the comet. I mean, I'm here on the front of the comet. I guess it depends on what you of as the front. I'm gonna die out here. Ooh, is that it? No. No, I was already out in there. What the fuck is that sound? What the fuck is that sound? Is that me dying? Oh my god! Oh, that's what that sound was. Okay, well. Need to be close to the sun to have melted the ice. Oh. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Ah! Can I tell my friend here that the universe is ending? Hi. Nope. That's fair. I don't know that I would tell anyone. Maybe I'd tell that guy on the ocean planet. What is that? What is that? Uh-oh. It's about to fly me towards the sun. No, 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 no. Anyway, what just happened? That's right, we landed on the comet and then died of lack of air, and that's it. That's all that happened. This is the round right after that. Yeah, totally. Exactly. Okay, this time we are going to fly into the fucking thing over here. Ow. Ow. Is this the Temple of Forbidden fucking Knowledge? Can I get up? No, I still can't get up there through there. Okay, that's fine. We will hang out over here, maybe? Maybe there's some way over here. Alright. I gotta get in there. How do I get in there? Oh, well, that didn't do much. First pilgrimage, blah, 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 blah. I can't get my ship in here. I can't fly all the way up there. The last of my knowledge I'll need on my journey. I mean, I've already been to the Quantum Moon, so technically, I don't know what other knowledge I'd need, but it would be mighty helpful. It would satiate a fucking desire to know what the fuck is up there. You don't need to go in the temple since you already made the pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. I know, but I sure would like to. I suppose it's possible that there is no way in there. Very possible. Likely, even. Ba-dum-bum. Is this something? This is nothing. This is nothing. And I know it to be nothing. So much stuff to know. Alas, I will not be knowing it, probably. If only there was some way to turn off gravity. You're hinting to me, but I don't know how. Ooh. There's this thing. But it does not seem to lead me anywhere useful. Nor does getting off halfway seem particularly useful either. There's this fucking thing. Which is cool and all, but... you know, I guess maybe at a certain point something will break something somewhere and it will push it to where it's pointing up there. Maybe. But I don't know. I guess this was kind of a fruitless venture, and that's okay. Because with this time, perhaps the interloper will have gotten close enough to the sun to fucking melt it. Which would be ideal. Oh, it already passed it. Fuck. Alright, well. Kind of have to wait a bit, like 15 minutes to get into the tower. I see. I'm alive! You all are bastards. I just want you to know that. Get out of here. You, Moon, Shoe, Scram. Okay, I think I want to catch it on the other side of the sun. Ooh, I should slow down. Haha, you thought you could fucking get me, but you could not. I wish I could stay still in space. I wish it were easier. I guess I could match velocity with the sun. Yeah. Now I'm gonna chill. Where am I? Ooh, I'm down there. That's not where you want to be. Am I going down? I'm going sideways. Stay still to what is the real question? The fucking everything. Not move. You fucker. I know what you're doing. I understand. Yes, yes, space is very fancy and special. But like, you know, like the sun. Unless you're telling me to match velocity to the sun, in which case, we're on the same page. feel like I'm getting closer. No, no. No, I'm good. You! Following you. Following your ass. I'm coming for you. Please don't sail into the sun. Get in there! Woo! Okay. Fucking hell. Where? We have a raid emote? Nice. Did it freeze over again already? What the fuck? I feel like a bee fucking about a flower. I'm like, where are you? How do I get in you? Let me inside you. Ignore that? Uh-oh. I never trust when you say that. It's like my activation phrase. Ugh, I am concerned. I am concerned that you have to be very close to the sun to see any sort of entrance to this bastard. This bastard devil thing. I see. I see what you're doing in there. I feel that whatever entrance there might have been is now closed. Which sucks. Jeez. She don't quit. She just keeps getting worse. Huh. Oh, wow. I can destroy the ship utterly and still be allowed to continue. That's fascinating. Wait, where's the rest of you? Let me in. This is fine. Ah! Well, I could still refill my jetpack. It's fascinating. Opening this means you can never close it again. Fascinating as well. Ah! You don't need the ship anyways. We already passed the sun. I feel my entrance is... I think I have to not try and hit it as it's exiting the sun. I have to try and be on it as it's hurtling into the sun, which seems bad. Which seems like a bad idea, but, you know. Who am I to judge? Yeah, because we're not going to make it to the sun before it explodes. I'll tell you that much for free. Ooh, wait. Trying to think if there's a command I'm missing. I don't think so. I mean, there's the horrific one, and, you know, but who needs that? Nothing back here. Right? It's gonna be on the front side of it, the rock side of it. Youch! Yeah, that one. I don't think it'll make another pass to the sun. I guess we should just meditate. But I don't know. I'm feeling despondent. We'll just chill. Haha, get it? Because ice. Because there was ice there, and we're chilling. We're chilling like ice. Like... Oh, it makes two? I thought I remembered it only making one, but I might be wrong. Let's go! Boo? What are you booing? My jokes are great. Okay, let's go to the other side of the sun. Woo! Just skirt across her. Like so. It was pretty cool. Ah, I see you. I see you. Oh, don't kill us. Hey, autopilot. Hey, autopilot. We're coming in pretty hot. Oh, no, we're fine. All right, fine then. What do I know? All right, we're gonna chill on this side until we run into the sun. So, anyone think it's called sand because it's in between the sea and the land? I do think that Hilda. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you guys want to know? Do you guys want to know the most autistic thing I've done with my Stream Deck? I have filled a folder with just different timers that I can start. Oh my god, Captain, you do? Oh my god, that's crazy. Maybe I should go back in for some air. Just, you know, a quick breath of air. Well, ship, it's been a good run. You're probably going to be turned into ash. But, you know, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Ooh! Ooh! Look at her! Whoa! Now that is pretty sick. Ooh! That seems to be full of death. A lot of ghost matter in here. Ooh! I'm receiving much stronger energy readings now that we're beneath the crust. Whatever it is must lie somewhere below, closer to the comet's center, and I'm starting to think it's more dangerous than we realized. Clary, can you hear us? Yes, but your voices are faint. I fear we'll lose communication entirely if you continue any deeper. Keep the shuttle warm for us, Clary. We'll return the moment we identify the source of the energy readings. I understand, but be cautious, both of you. Uh-oh. Oh, God. That hurt a whole lot. Ow. Is this where I came from? Too? Oh, my God. Me when I go in a big circle that kills me? She's so hot and funny and smart. Oh my god, stop. No, you can continue. Okay, so it's not that one. What about you? Huh? I guess I could be, I bet I could be sending my, oh, I could be totally sending my guy. How about you? Huh. Well, that is fascinating. What about you? Save? Look at that! Ah, the wonders of modern tech. Ooh. There was a reverse way. There was a way but reversed. Whoa. Ooh, ghost down there. Whoa! Now that's a big ghost matter crystal. Oh, I wish I could be impervious to it. I want to check that out down there. Oh my god. Fascinating. Okay, so right, then left. Oop. How about? Oop, too far. How about there? Okay, let's just do it ourselves. Ooh! Death hole. Hole of death. Fascinating. Oh, hey, you found your way here too, huh? Oof. You got those crystals all over you. You probably found your way here not in an ideal state. Interesting. There's no ghost matter in there? Fascinating. Huh. Now that is very curious. So the crystals themselves aren't the source of it? Or some of them are safe, or there's a way to diffuse them? The spherical stone casing here seems to be the source of the energy readings. No, rather the source is what's within the stone. I'm detecting some form of exotic matter. The stone is muting our energy readings. They should be 10 times what we're seeing at least. Pi, I don't think we want this matter interacting with us. As far as I can tell, direct contact with it would almost certainly be fatal. I've never encountered anything like this casing, but it's all that's protecting us from what's inside. Worse still, this matter is disturbingly volatile. Pi, whatever the matter inside this stone casing is, it's more than just profoundly unstable. It's under tons of pressure. Look at this density scan. I've never seen anything this tightly compacted before. What is this? This is orders of magnitude worse than I'd imagined. If this stone were to rupture, the lethal... Oh. Ooh, ooh. Ugh, fucking hell. The lethal matter would rapidly expand, completely blanketing this star system almost instantly. The pressure is still building as the comet approaches this star system. Return to the shuttle right now. The rest of our friends need to know they are in terrible danger. Leave your equipment and run. What are you doing, Pi? The more we know about this alien matter, the better our chances of survival. I will learn what I can here. Go warn the others. Maybe they can construct shelter somehow. Now, Poke. Oh. So, is this why the universe is fucking ending? But why is this part safe? Why is that part not? Something made this inert. And Pi here, I think, found out about it. That's the thing I just read, right? Assumedly. Yeah. Pi here might have known, but I mean, whatever he learned is lost with her. Ugh, we might die in here. Not gonna lie. There's no other exit besides the way we came in that's safe. Yeah, truly nothing else. Okay, so the ghost matter's bad, and it is everywhere. And it's possibly the reason the Nomai all died. Ooh, axolotl! I think it's called sand because of the scene in Elaine's love child. Oh my god! I've heard that before, and you know what? It's starting to sound like sense. No, you. Now you know why all the Nomai are dead. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose now it is confirmed. But why are we not all dead? I guess maybe just time makes it inert? I just copy-pasted what Abdominal said. You know, you're so... Oh. Well, that's the end of our exploring anyway, I'll bet. Oh no, was that a different sound? Axolotl, it's very good to see you here. I hope your night's going well. Thank you for coming to the official first Jankathon. That N is important. Do not forget that. Damn, everything is death. Woo. Not to be grim, but this seems quite bad. Woo! If I go in there, I'm definitely dead. I don't have enough health. Oh, but like... Oh, interesting. There's nothing on this side making it bad. That side is safe, and this side is safe. It's just the ones... Is it when they can form spheres? Or not spheres, but like point at each other? Is that it? Is that their fucking secret? Uh-oh. I think I'm about to die. I see. A smooch for me? I'm flattered. I'm so flattered I'm frozen in place. This is... I'm just shocked. And I'm just gonna remain in this shocked position until it fixes itself. Excellent. Excellent! Me lurking? I've been lurking, but I'll keep on lurking, working. Enjoy your working, lurking. Enjoy your twerking, lurking, working. Enjoy your... Shake! Thank you. Thank you. Getting shit thrown at me. Enjoy your working, you quirky... Squirkin'? Guys, no one ever asked me to rhyme ever again. Also, the Hearthians were born in the underground pool of the Timber Hearth. That is true. That is true. Okay. All right. The only place that I still have shit... What am I... Okay, so... There's a way in there, but I don't really care. What am I missing in the Sunless City? Debated building a sun station. I got to the sun station. An advanced warp core was improved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. Ah! Aha! Oh, a warp core. You need one of those. Helta, be less blatant with your hints, please. It's tantamount to treating me like I'm fucking brain dead. And I am, and you're correct to do so, but please. Oh, God. Oh, God. My suit. My suit. Fuck. You know what? I take it back. Continue treating me exactly as you... I take it back. I take it back. I'm gonna beat you up, Helta. I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna fucking give you a swirly. Yippee! 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 For free? Well, now I'm concerned. Now I'm concerned. Special hint, you need legs to walk. Try putting one leg in front of the other so your feet connect with the ground to push you forward. All of you are fucking nerds, and worse than that, useless nerds. This time, we will be slightly more gentle because I still have not learned my lesson and I'm not wearing my spacesuit. And a perfect landing. Oh, I was wearing my spacesuit. I see. Oh, whoa. Hey, bud. What are you doing? I gotta... Why does the landing pad push the... Guys. Isn't this where I'm supposed to put my ship? I guess maybe not. You know what? Fine. We'll put our ship right here. Whatever happens, happens. And now, we wait. Special hint, wear protection to be protected a little. You're all useless. Actually, I'll probably need oxygen. So I guess I'm just gonna stick around in here. I also don't think there's any way to get to the center of Ash Project through Ember Project. So, we're kind of chilling. Speaking of chilling. The central chamber of Ash Twin. Yup. I bet it's not here. That's what I suspect. I bet it's not here because if I had to wait all the way for this and then get all the way to the fucking thing, that would be pretty difficult. That's my suspicion. That's my theory. The best thing to do to a hazard is to eliminate it. Your PPE is the last line of defense. What is your PPE to protect you against if your first answer is to try and eliminate the thing threatening you? Ooh. Look at you. Bonk. Maybe it's in the sun station. It actually might be in the sun station. Ooh, backflip. Ooh. And cartwheel. Technically, that was a reverse cartwheel. But I'll give you that one for free. Anyone think it's called sand? Eliminate the hazard of crashing by slowing the fuck down. Oh. What's my PPE in that case? Driving gloves? Look at all those chickens. Let's check our fucking thing, because actually... Um... Hmm. Ooh. Just floating around. Whoa. Hey there. Whoa. My frames. They left me. Is that broken? That sure looks broken. Fine then. Ah! Damn, why are my frames freaking the fuck out? Probably because I keep doing stupid shit. But still. Wee! Wee! Ah! Hmm. I suspect I have read this scroll already, but I'm gonna carry it around anyway. Womp. Did you know everyone has the right to participate in safety? Wow! Sounds like a scam to have less fun. There's where I put a scroll. Yippee, yippee! Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Friends visiting that from the Hanging City. We were planning the Ash Twin project at the High Energy Lab on Ember Twin. I became lost in Ember Twin. My gratitude, but the High Energy Lab is the building of the large solar panels. I didn't see it. Imagine any otherwise immensely clever Kanoi would lose his own head if it weren't something anatomically impossible. Ooh, where does that send me? I wonder. Ooh, where does this send me? I also wonder. That one would have sent me to the Ember Twin, I bet. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Huh. Ow. Can I make it? Whee! I can. This is a bullshit puzzle. Oh, is it? Well, I happen to be quite proficient in bullshit, I've been told in my time, which I'm sure is a compliment. Ah! Oh, this fucking thing. That's right. I had to wait for the sand to go over there, to get up there. What was up there? I don't remember. Oh, a warp, which brought me to the sun. That's right. But is the sun station where... Is the sun station where that fucking warp core is? I'm not sure. Yeek! Real ocean knower. Uh-oh, is it gonna send me here? I don't want to go there. Oh, thank God. Whoop. 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 Are you quite finished? Thank you. La da dum, ba da dum, ba da dum, bum bum bum. Ooh. That's less than ideal. It's okay, the ship is somewhere. The ship is getting farther away from me. I suspect the ship has been flung into space. I am also suspecting that I don't know where this sends me, and I might give up. She's back! Alpha Emery, what did you find? Huh. Well, this was a fucking adventure into uselessness. Ow. Where's my ship? Of course you're over there. Of course you are. Uh-oh. Woo! Never give up, never surrender, unless it's too hard. I suppose I could have waited there in stunned silence for a little longer, but I didn't want to run out of oxygen. Are we broken? Holy shit, we're not broken. That's kind of crazy. Okay. I'm beginning to suspect. I wonder if my notes say anything anywhere about where the warp core might be. Right? Theoretically in the Sunless City, because that's the only where it says there's a thing that I haven't discovered. Quickly travel to all other locations, which means the warp core could be fucking anywhere. Wait, were we using the warp core in the high energy lab to do that experiment? I don't remember. Um... Oh, as well as an advanced warp core to handle these energies. Ash Twin was proposed as a location for the project. Oh. But that's an advanced warp core. I just need a regular warp core. Is there one in the high energy lab? Let's check. Ugh. I will say this game does a very good job at making exploring fun enough to where even when they're sending me in fucking circles where normally, like, I do get a little embarrassed sometimes that I don't always know the right way to go. I feel a little foolish, a little not intelligent, but it's fun enough to continue to throw myself fucking everywhere in this crazy bubble spaceship that it kind of, I don't know, I'm often not thinking about it. I'm just like, wee, I get to go again. Ah. Uh-oh. Oop. We're fine. We're totally fine. Landing gear damaged. That's fine. Around here is our new favorite entrance to the city. That hole. I probably won't need to use this again, but I'll repair it just because. Cool. Go down here. Woo. Down, down. Sick. High energy lab. Uh-oh. Huh. Well, that's... How do I do that? Oh, I have to wait, don't I? God damn you. No matter what, I have to wait. I need it fast, damn it. I need it fast. Maybe I should continue exploring. If this run doesn't net me anything incredibly fucking useful, we will be pivoting to go back to scary tree anglerfish place and explore that ship more. I feel like this can't be it either, because I need something that won't make me wait a shit ton of time, right? Because I need to get to that ship with speed, with haste. So, you guys come here often? I really want to try and go through, but I know it's just not going to work, and I'm just going to get myself stabbed a whole bunch. I come here all the time. You dirty, foul beast. I told you this is a jankathon, not a... You know what? Why do I bother? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me through, let me through, let me through. Gimme! Ow, fuck you. Fuck you. My impatience. My impatience will be my... Fuck. You... Ooh. Alright. Ooh. Alright. Yippee, 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 yippee. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was this the right way? I don't remember. Oh! Get me in there. Get me in there. Thank you. Okay. Now for the secret. Do you use a warp core? Big machine thing. Ooh, this sure does look like warp core kind of technology. Shit. Oh, no. Huh. What are you pointing at? Oh, down there. The city. That's right. This is just... I can just make it point at this instead. Make it use black holes. Which is cool and everything, but, you know. No, warp receiver, a brittle hollow very slightly. Yes, the time thing. Negative amount of time. Yeah. Anomaly, more energy. Yes, yes, very exciting. Adding more energy to the warp core. Then the interval increases at an exponential rate. It's a new method of producing energy, a thrilling but enormous undertaking. Advanced warp core. Like, enormous space to fit these proposed new energy and warp technologies together. The only location large enough would be Ash Twin. The energy is currently unavailable. Nerds. Okay. Shit. Okay, I'm not learning anything new here, but I guess that's okay. Quickly between Ash Twin and each location that holds crucial project material. Oh god, I'm gonna have to run all over to do this shit, aren't I? Ash Twin work immediately in the Black Hole Forge. Each tower on Ash Twin will warp to a different planet. The sun is not a planet. I believe this has been sufficiently clarified. Design each tower to visually reflect its warp destination. The Giant's Deep Tower could resemble a cyclone. Model the Timberhearth Tower after a geyser mountain. Yes. Okay, so that's all very fun and fascinating, but none of that is a warp core, which is what I would need. Okay. I think we are going to go back to that ship next run and just try and get there faster and explore it fully and see if there's any more information that could help me. Because I'm becoming increasingly concerned that the answer is going to be you gotta make a warp core, which would be very thematic for this game, but also very a very large undertaking for little old me. I said come, not come. Tomato, tomato. Seamen, sailors. Yippee! Okay. I learned nothing more on that, but, you know. Launch module. There's more to explore here. Is there? Oh, there's that writing. It's like... Incoming messages from other Nomai vessels. Are regrouping in response to the impending death of the universe. Oh, those are active messages? Oh my god. Well, that's fascinating. So I would get to sit with them. Each of us not understanding each other until fucking the universe ends, which would be fascinating. What? Helta? Now what the fuck are you up to in there? What are you doing? Thank you for gifting 25 subs. Jesus Christ, that jumped up the timer, didn't it? Ooh, boy. Helta, why? Helta, why? Why is the number odd? I don't know. Oh. I don't know. Gift one more sub, I guess. Fuck it. Oh no, the clock dropped below 12 hours? Is this our game now? Is this our game that the subathon can never truly begin because we never actually hit the start time? Whoa. That's kind of sick that they all actually line up with each other. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, is that the moon? Yeah, it must be, because there's the moon. Then as soon as I look away from it, it's gone. And there it is. Cool. Very cool. Okay, yes. Nope, there it was. Okay, what am I even doing? I guess let's try and go. I mean, Ash Twin surely is drained a lot by now, right? Let's go there. See if there's a fucking warp core. There's each of the towers. I gotta get to the center of this, though. Fascinating. Now I can kind of see the resemblance that they were previously talking about. How do I get to your ooey gooey center? Is this to Timberhearth? Yeah, must be. And this one's to... I have no idea where this one's to. It's got two, though. One would think it's to the Ash Twins. I'm not sure what this is supposed to resemble. Maybe the sun and its sun station? Maybe the white hole and the black hole station? That kind of makes sense, actually. This is the place, yeah, this is the place I can go into to get into there, to go to... I think this goes to the sun station, actually, because it looks like a sun from the top. That's my suspicion. Ooh. Is this one to the Cyclone planet, Giant Steep? Seems like it. Ah. So none of these are particularly helpful. They just warp to other places. I have no idea where this one goes, but, you know. They all go places. But you... Where do you go? Oh, these are different landing places for my ship. I see. The center of Ash Twin, but I feel like I can't get anywhere close to the center of this before the sun explodes, right? Thank you for doing a level 6 hype train. Oh my god, that's insane. Helta, thank you for piloting that train. So many cool people got some. I love that Opal Stardow got one. Love to see them. Sea of Fire got one. Ugh, so many cool people. Shiny Bones. Thank you so much, you bastards. You're very sweet. Ooh, is that it? What's in here? Ow! Fucking hell! Spiky Death. Spiky Death is in here. I see. Oh, this is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. Where does this one even go to? Couple dead nomai. Maybe this one went to the sun. The sun station that is now probably exploded. How do you get to the ooey gooey center of this bitch? Whoa. Oh, that's my shit. I was like, what? That's fine. The ship can travel if she so wishes. Stop it. Oh my god. Oh shit. Hey, you stayed. You managed to stick around. Fucking hell. I'm beginning to suspect that this is not as straightforward as one would have hoped, because here is the ooey gooey center, and there is nothing. Nothing here. Huh. Yeah, that's it. That's all the sand. The sand timer just ran out. And here I am. Warpless. And there's my music. Hi, cat. Welcome back from ads, everyone. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die on my home planet. Hold on, my cat is begging me to make room for him to sit, and I am gonna do that, because I'm a kind and benevolent person. Ooh, sorry, hold on. Hold on. Both you guys and Milo, hold on. Also, everyone say hi to Milo. Milo, where are you walking to? Huh? Come here. Want no ads? Why not sub? Like me! We love our subs. Holy shit. We love our submissives. And we also love people who subscribe to the channel. Hi. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing the video game, Milo. He desperately wants pets. Ugh. There's so many fun things I want to get as, like, upgrades to the stream. I really want a hand cam, just so you guys can see Milo, truthfully. And I want the, obviously I want the other thing. Okay, so getting to the ooey gooey center of fucking Ash Twin is nothing. Ugh. Power of quantum knowledge is not useful to me. Apparently I'm missing something from the launch module. I guess the launch module might theoretically have a core. I feel like I held a core in my hands once. And I was like, what do I do with this? And then I put it down somewhere and then the world ended. But I cannot for the life of me remember. I also might be making that up. I also might be making that the fuck up. The Sunless City feels like the closest connection to here that still says there's more shit to explore. But I do not remember anything else. Fuck it. Let's go to the vessel again. I didn't know I could just lock onto the vessel like this, even though it's inside Dark Bramble. That's kind of sick. It almost feels like cheating, but I'll take it. Ooh. Coming in fucking toasty. We hit or we die. Woo! Uh-oh. Fascinating. Ah! Captain! Oh, starboard thruster is dead. I see. I did actually kind of want that to work. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, I kind of really wanted that to work. Milo, you are so positively... Damn, you never know how much you make use of a thruster until it's gone, huh? god! So he can hear me in my little jetpack. Fascinating. I did not know. The number 13 scares me. I don't like seeing it on the screen. Huh. I don't like this bit that's slowly appearing before me. Thank you for gifting 5 community subs. You dork. I'm gonna kiss you and Helta right on your little heads. Okay. This time, we will not crash. Woo! Hi, shirt. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. I see where this is going. I can see the ending to this. Okay. It's fine. Just a little bit of skimming the... Woo! Oh. And we learned nothing. Woo! Like a fucking hole-in-one. I do love how we're 3 hours in. You've made negative progress on the countdown. That is great. Okay. Okie dokie. Ooh, duplicate vessel signal. Huh. I think I'm gonna continue towards this one. Ooh. God. I don't love how close they are. It's fine. You got, you know... I'm not gonna be trapped here forever, guys. Guys, you have responsibilities to yourselves, to your bills, to your wants and desires, to possible, you know, emergencies that could come up in your lives. You're not gonna trap me here forever. We're gonna make progress. Slow, agonizing progress. But progress. Ooh, there you are. Still there. Oop! They didn't like that. Oh, they didn't like that at all. Uh-oh. Here, doggy. Here, doggy, doggy. My want is to bully you with the support, and my desire is to make that happen. And you've done so. Mission accomplished. Great job. Great work. We couldn't have done it without you. And now, we're gonna take out this timer. 1 hour at a time. You know? It's gonna be fun. We're all gonna have a little journey over it. Ooh. Whoa! You're still following me, huh? Uh-oh. Huh. Alright. Well. Where's the signal? There it is. Okay. Okay. That scared the absolute fuck out of me. Okay, opening the door makes noise. Good to know. Real good to know. Ugh, go fuck yourselves. God damn it. I'm too scared to play Darkwood. I'll play Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is fun and cozy. Fucking idiot. You fucking idiot, Pleasant. You fool. You let them trick you. You're like, oh. Where are you? Where are you? That was scary. Come on. Come on. Don't miss. Don't miss. Woo! Bye, guys. Should I go for the other one? This one keeps steering me wrong. Well, it's not that it's steering me wrong. I think I'm being impatient. But, you know. Tomato, tomato, potato, vodka. Woo. And now we fucking chill. We chill out, we don't do anything, we don't say anything, we don't see anything. Hi! Hi! Hi, guys! Ooh. Oogie! Oogie! Ooh, I see you! Fuck you, fuck you. I literally watched the pipe fall and I still didn't like fully understand what was happening until the sound happened. I was like, what's that? Bang! Fuck! Ugh. What if I just gun it? What if I just try and gun it? Huh? What do we think? What do we think? I bet it's a bad idea. Look it all around. I don't see anything bad. All right. Just batter all those corpses around. My bad, guys. That's... Get out there. That was my bee. That I've already checked out. What's over here? Ooh, closed doors. Okay. There's only one place to be, huh? Fascinating. Really? No other part of this is explorable, huh? This looks like another escape pod that failed to launch. Interesting. Fascinating. Okay, yeah, there's nothing except that one entrance and nothing in that entrance except for that one room. Got it. Understood. About to start a run in RL Craft? Ooh, I've always wanted to try that. It seems like fun. All right. Whee! Okay, I'm beginning to suspect that there is, in fact, nothing else here. Though, what is this? This seems useful. But I guess I wouldn't know because there's no power source, right? I can point it at whatever I want, but there's no power source. But there's this. Ooh! There's another slate. Okay, so there is stuff I missed. Ah! This is Ikal's vessel. Something went badly wrong during our warp, and our vessel is mortally wounded. We need help as soon as possible. Our vessel appears to has it fused with the local environment somehow? There are vines that are now part of the vessel. It's been torn apart from the inside itself. We are abandoning our vessel. Any Nomai clans or spaceflight capable species receiving this message, I implore you, we need your help. Is this broken? Can anyone hear me? Our vessel is dying. We need immediate assistance. Interesting. So that one... And then Kana spoke to us. There's a certain galaxy that they're all meeting at. Neem. Eskal's vessel. Skill's clan existed a very long time ago. Oh, Neem. So Neem is alive. Yeah, not yet. We aren't, but nearly. We found trouble during our warp. The triple suns of the bright sparks in our system exploded. Only luckily a coincidence we weren't caught in the blast. We'll meet you soon. I'm relieved that your clan is safe. It's good to hear your words. Any vessels nearby, remember to be extremely cautious of unstable stars. So they are speaking to us, but we cannot speak to them. Fascinating. I don't think we'll be able to get to the meeting spot either because we don't know the coordinates for it. all we know are the coordinates for the eye of the universe, which I guess is there nothing. That it is perhaps making eating motions, but suffering. We might be dying in here. There might be no food left in the world. You kind of need to get a new warp core. Yeah. If you're ever interested in trying modded Minecraft in general, hit me up. I love mod packs. I would love that. I always struggle with it so much. Hold on, guys. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna take a quick break because I'm trying to I try and avoid door dashing, but I fear Cat might die, guys. I fear. I've gotten a nod. I don't know if you guys could hear. Are you eating Milo? Oh, Milo's dead, guys. As Milo's done. How did I lose it? Oh, there it is. I need a new warp core. I don't know where it is. Okay. We could feasibly do that through the app? Okay. Want to say hello? Oh. All right. Food is being delivered. We will survive one more day at least. We need a new warp core. We have no idea where the fuck it is. Oh, what's this? I missed something. I did miss something. Ah, give me that back. Oh. You, come here. I'm recording now. I've never encountered anything like this. The signal the vessel is receiving appears to be older than the universe itself. This is our first contact with anything of this nature. Everyone prepare to warp immediately. Eskel's wait, we need more time to send an outgoing message. Shouldn't we tell another clan where we're going? We can send the message upon our arrival. This extraordinary signal appeared suddenly. It may disappear just as quickly. We can't lose the discovery of this incredible. Ah! How dare you throw things at me? Focus on preparing for the warp. I understand. Anona, is the vessel ready to warp to the signal's approximate coordinates? The warp core is powered, but this will be a significant jump. Afterwards, we'll need time to recharge the core. That shouldn't create a problem, provided we arrive at or near the signal source. Everyone, we're ready to warp. Damn. Yeah, you just went for it. You saw this. You saw the fucking eye of the universe, and you just fucking went for it. And now there's pilgrimages to the eye of the universe, so that guy must have been from a tribe much farther than this tribe. This tribe must be from his past as well. Or her. I suppose I can't tell. The one on the Quantum Moon's 5th location. I need a warp core. Where will I find such a thing? Let's go to the ship. Let's look over our fucking notes again. See if... I don't know. Oh, this is the wrong way. I should have had my flashlight on. I should have been able to tell by the fact that there was no gaping hole or my ship. Ah! Okay, I suppose I haven't explored around here at all. There's probably nothing more here, but, you know, just in case. Let's see the source of all this. Just another hole, huh? Unless that's the hole we came in. Yeah. Nothing unique about this part. It just fucking grabbed our poor ship here. Just, I don't know, maybe bad luck. Is this the center, maybe? Kinda seems like it might be. I don't know. But everything looks to be about the same exiting anywhere. So, no point. Immensely thick protective shell. Planned to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute. Every memory is recorded, transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. Advanced warp care was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. So we gotta get to the center of Ash Twin. There's an immense, thick, protective shell. Mined ore to craft the protective shell. Where is these mines? Probably on... I have no idea, actually. Once the shell was finished, the Nomai checked to ensure there were no longer any physical entrances or cracks. The Nomai discovered a species of four-eyed semi-aquatic life forms in the waterways near the mine. So that was on my very own planet of Timber Earth. Oh! Yes, so these are the mines on our thing. So they used ore from our planet to get inside. Ooh. Okay, is there anyone back home that would know how to get through it? The diagram depicted the alignment angle between a warp core to its corresponding astral body. Warp tower alignment angles are not exact. They only need to be within 5 degrees. Results in slightly longer warp windows that last roughly several seconds. Anyone stepping on will be immediately. The warp tower's alignment point is not its warp receiver. Rather, a warp tower always aligns at the center of its corresponding astral body. The warp receiver must be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. The hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body, with a shared alignment point in between them. All the warp towers were being constructed on Ash Twin, while the 6 warp receivers were being constructed at different locations. A Nomai named Poke successfully forged an advanced warp core for the Ash Twin project. Raises and lowers the black hole forge. Oh. Debated on how to get the warp core, travel to this solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. Yeah, I knew that part. So this can move the black hole forge, which feasibly, maybe that is how you get to the center, is the black hole forge. Okay, found a derelict Nomai's vessel deep within Dark Bramble. The vessel's warp core is long dead. I activated a 3-sided pillar in vessel's bridge and appears to be some sort of input device. Nomai tried to call for help, but the vessel's outgoing message system broke during the crash. The vessel can still hear incoming messages from other Nomai vessels. The remaining Nomai clans are regrouping in response to the impending death of the universe. On a recording of the original signal the Nomai encountered from the Eye of the Universe, the Nomai were worried the signal might disappear, so they warped before they could tell another clan where they were going. Ooh, I can make time for myself via teleporting. Maybe. I don't know. The central chamber... Yeah. Milo, you're in the way. You can either sit with me or you can fuck off. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to understand. I feel like something to do with the Black Hole Forge is how we get to the center of Ash Twin. Are there any teleporters that I'm unaware of on that planet, on Brittle Hollow? There must be. Most of the planets only have teleports to the Ash Twins. Fair. So perhaps with the Black Hole Forge, the fact that I can leverage it up and down can change slightly where it's teleporting to, which means I could move from teleporting to... I could move to teleport within the Ash Twin rather than the Ember Twin. I feel like that's something. There's almost certainly an easier way. Oh, there's a hole. Uh-oh. There we are. There is the Black Hole Forge. There is the city. Ooh! Ooh! Well, that was fun. Oh, there's nowhere to land on it. Okay. Huh. This is interesting. Send me back. Oh. Oh, wrong way. Who? Huh. Just a random ass spot on one of these. Fascinating. View the records you sent. Yeah. All right. Ouch. Yeah, Phantom Moon. Where's the entrance? There's one somewhere around here. Oh, I hear rushing water. There she is. Well, there's my ship again. Yes. Captain Bones! Welcome to the Jankathon. We are janking, not the other thing. I'm glad you're one of the people getting subs. That's awesome. It's good to see you. How's your day going? How's your week going? I don't know where I'm going, but that's, you know, probably fine. Yes. Yes, I knew there was a problem with that bridge. Okay, this is just where Chert is. I think it's Chert, actually. I'm not sure. Rybeck. I lied. They're all Chert in my mind. I'm tired from the weekend, but aside from that, pretty good. Glad to be here and watching a good folk janking it. That's right. We're out here janking our hogs. way too short a jump. Alright. Fine, then. What about you? Can I get through you? No. No. Huh. I've never been able to figure out the intended way to solve this. Whoa! Jank and Art are hardly jagged. Captain Bones! You can't just show up after being gifted things and gift more things. You're starting some sort of vicious cycle. Thank you very much. You definitely didn't have to, but I appreciate you. And you've added to this timer, which, you know, seems like I'm going to be trapped in this hell forever. Woo! 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 Oh. Let's go! Bonk. Okay, Black Hole Forge. Ain't nothing to appreciate me for. The hell? Y'all are too sweet. It's upsetting. It's concerning, even. Huh. How do I get in there? Woo. That's probably fine. Oh, the control was earlier, wasn't it? Yep, it sure was. Okay. Well, let's see where it sends me at its base fucking thing, right? And now, we wait. Really seems like this is gonna send me nowhere. Is it only gonna send me somewhere if the fucking forge is going? The fuck you mean? You got fine, cozy, chaotic vibes. We'd be appreciating folks like that. That's true. There is a shortage of us. She lied confidently into the camera. Should I just sit here until the world ends? Is this portal gonna port me anywhere? I appreciate that you're cozen here, though. That I do appreciate. Well, it's about to line up, these two planets, so, you know, if ever there was a time it was gonna warp me, now would be it, right? Nothing! Well, this is mighty concerning. Shit. Youch! My ankles. W Bones! It's true. We love bones. We love getting bones gifted subs, too. There's some way to fucking... Oh, we're at the bottom. That's fine. Went too far. Hugely amazed by how big this game seems. It is, like, kind of universally beloved game. I definitely recommend it. but I am definitely having some trouble with it. Here they are. Here's the controls. Okay. So I'm gonna fucking turn it on, I guess, and then go back to where I was before and hope this works. Oh, god damn it. I'm about to run out of fuel. This is gonna be such a pain in the ass. And crash land. Woo! God damn it, that sounds like end of the world. Okay, ooh, there's the forge. Can I get in there from here? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, so that's where it slots in. I see. Be cautious near the boarding area while the Black Forge is in operation. Thanks. Okay, I've definitely been in here. Ash Twin. Projection. What thing? Guarding the warp towers on Ash Twin. Does each tower have to be? No. Enjoy. Provide the next ally is not Poke. Poke the one who sacrificed themselves? For the fucking thing? We don't need the alignment angle to be exact. Careful. Okay. First black hole core. All of the warp towers are being constructed there. Return to the forge shortly. Cores are the warp receivers. So these deliveries will be the greater pain in your cervical spine. The tower designs in the high energy lab reveal each receiver's location. Fascinating. If you want the listen. You can give like the smallest of hints, but you know, you gotta let me be stupid and we listen and we don't judge. Okay. None of this seems relevant, but I'm just I suspect this is not a functional teleporter because that thing is not open. But I don't know. I don't know that that is correct. mostly, I suspect the fucking world is gonna end before I figure out what to do here. Which is not the most ideal, but... Okay. You were close when the Ash Sandbeam kidnapped you, but, well, not getting stolen by it. Oh, that fucking tower that... Okay. Very well. I suppose I am just impatient when it comes to the teleporters, which is not, you know, the most ideal. Ready to be installed. Okay. All right. Excuse the very loud noises of ice clanking around my cup. Oh shit. Order was dropped off. What a perfect time because the ad is going on. Oop, but I should pause the game as it comes back on so I'm not wasting valuable get killed by the universe ending time. It's the Punny Bandit! You've arrived just in time for me to ignore you for a second. I'm sorry, but welcome in. I hope your week's going well. I return. Alright, need to feed my partner before they eat meat. Okay, I have food. We are in it for the fucking long haul. Don't I know you? Everyone's familiar. Yes, I kidnapped them all from all our famous fucking common haunts. I'm glad you're amused by my poor Streamer etiquette. But I'm just saying, if I forget about one more fucking DoorDash order and leave it out on the porch until it's fucking stone cold, I'm throwing myself into the sun! Again. To the Ash Twin! Ooh, no! Fascinating. Is that the only thing that was broken? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's do that again, this time with less crashing. Uh-oh. Bonk. And now, unfortunately, we just kind of gotta wait a while. No, no, no. Don't let them out. You can't feed them after a certain time. It's bad for their, you know, something. Whee! Just gonna rest my ship right here. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna wait till the sand sinks a bit, and then we're gonna get out. We're gonna teleport on some teleporters. It's gonna be a good time. What a strange scream to make, Undoubtable. So, anyone think it's called sand because it's in between the sea and the land? Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I think. Then I stop immediately. My doctor said I shouldn't do that anymore. She said, every time you think, I have a new thing to solve. So just cut it out. It's like, okay. You're the boss. Yes, yes. Sand. Keep grabbing my mouse and keyboard, then being like, why does this feel foreign as fuck to control? And then I recall, ooh, look, it's this moon, and then it's gone. It's that moon who's famous for disappearing. Oh, look, it's disappeared. There it is again. There it is. See? Look at it. Look at that moon. Isn't it cool? And gone. The sun. Woo! Backflip. Having a good time. No? No call and response here? I'm so fucking angry. I saw that image and I saw the thing pop up. I'm like, how? How did that happen? How did that happen? I didn't see anyone say it. And then I realized, you've hidden it. I'm having a wonderful time with you? Aw. Aw, shucks. Alright, you guys can eat. Whee! The spiky one. The place full of spikes. Oh my god, never mind. None of you can eat. None of you can leave. Fuck you guys. Please excuse any crutching noises you're hearing. I definitely hit that spot where, like, you think you're totally fine, and then you consume one thing, and your body's like, oh, sick, if we didn't have this, we were gonna die. I was like, oh, you could have warned me. Like, I don't know, a bit ago. Joke's on you, I stole a bag of potato chips the last time you let us out. This is why I don't let them out. You see? You see what happens when I let them out? Thank you for feeding the girl. Well, I die if I don't, so... You're welcome? Donk. No, excuse you. You go first. It's fine. Yippee! Bonk. Oh, alright. That's my bad. Fascinating. What about this? What if I try to plug up the top with my spaceship? What if I did that? Would that be helpful or harmful? Or would it, as with most things in my life, do very little to affect the situation positively or negatively at all? Ugh. Can you get in there? Ah! My frames! Why? What the fuck is happening? Okay. Everything's fine. Everything continues to be fine. Anyway, jam this in here. Nice and tightly, nice and snugly. Oh my god. That looks like it's not going to help at all. Pardon me. No. Okay, well. Huh. I'm very shocked I didn't shatter every bone in my body. Whee! Helta, I do require your assistance if you're still there. How long do I gotta wait at that, like, should I be banging my head against that fucking broken tower? The bridge. Uh-oh. My hubris. bridge. Sorry, it was healing in a dungeon. No, that's real. You need to use the bridge. This is a dumb puzzle. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. This fucking bridge? Huh. Since you wouldn't be in the path of the sand. Oh! Wow! Holy shit. Okay, it was just timing. Got it. Understood. I suppose I basically understood that. I was just going about it the wrong fucking way. Probe tracking module, giant steep memory statue, timber hearth memory statue. Mass receiving data from probe tracking module? Why is that one orange? 5 minutes until end of cycle transmission? Which one's mine, I wonder? Oh. Ooh. Okay. Today we finished the excavation of Ash Twin. Here, in this space we carved, we will craft our most ambitious project yet, the Ash Twin Project. Powerful enough to send information back in time. We've also finished relocating all subterranean plants we met while digging. We'll need to keep our eyes on how significantly we've altered the environment here. How far we've come since our experiments at the high energy lab. I still hardly believe Rami's hypothesis was true. Poke was just sent to the warp core for the final tower to us from the Black Hole Forge. Now Ash Twin can be connected with Giant Steep, where Cassava is working with Avens to craft the orbital probe cannon, and where Phlox is sculpting the memory statues. It was not by accident the core of our warp tower was the last to be forged. Hypothesis: the cores could have been forged faster if Cassava had interrupted my work less frequently to ask for updates. The important point is that we are all connected through Ash Twins now, and also that I am no longer needed for mediating your disagreements. I can only send messages forward in time. Same. Our friends on Giant Steep tested the orbital probe cannon today. Mallow tells me the cannon is doing well, and that Avens advocates for the more launch power. If anyone can coax the maximum power from a device, Avens can. But then, if anyone can goad a device into exploding, that too is likely Avens. Perhaps I should check in with the orbital probe cannon crew in the interest of safety. Would it help to remind Avens that Mallow, his love, will be one of the Nomai aboard the cannon, or is Mallow part of the problem? Part of the problem. Phlox and Dax finished the memory statues today. They are truly remarkable. When the Ash Twin project succeeds, or in the event it fails, the memory statues will activate, allowing us to gather more data before we shut down the project. Pi and Idea have worked hard on the sun station and it at last is complete. If everything goes as planned, the structure will prompt the sun's explosion, which will in turn supply the power the Ash Twin Project requires. I'm impressed by their mental fortitude. This was the project's most difficult task in more ways than one. We're nearly ready to activate the Ash Twin Project. Here is what will happen. First, the sun station will receive the order to fire at the sun, prompting it to explode. Using the energy from the resulting supernova, the Ash Twin Project will send the order for the orbital probe cannon to fire back in time by 22 minutes. Exactly 22 minutes after these orders are received, the sun station will again trigger the supernova to send the probe data from this cannon launched back in time. In total, each cycle created by the Ash Twin Project will last precisely 22 minutes. We can end this cycle at will. These words are difficult to write. The sun station did not work. Suppose we redesign the sun station. To generate power of that magnitude, a supernova is still our only viable option. This is easier expressed than accomplished. You can wait for the sun to explode on its natural timeline if you prefer idea, but you'll need to find some way to halt our aging process. I believe we can still find a way to create a supernova, my friend. Don't lose hope. However, this is the closest we have ever been. The Ash Twin Project is theoretically sound. We were only unable to power it. Perhaps there is another way. We are halting our research into creating a supernova for this moment. A comet has newly arrived in the solar system, and we're anxious to explore it. It's been a very long time since we last explored somewhere new, so we're excited to welcome this comet. Imagine what knowledge might be gained there. Oh. Oh dear. Artificial gravity control. Caution, you are about to access the core while the Ash Twin Project is active. Removing the core will disable the Ash Twin Project. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses. What is this? Artificial gravity control. So this just will let me float now? Okay. That's why it was spinning. Uh-oh. Is the world ending? I fear the world is ending. I don't think I want to do this. If I disable this project, this is the only warp core available. If I disable this project and take this warp core, I no longer restart. I only have one life. So I need to get here incredibly fast, get this warp core, get out incredibly fast. Okay, that's why the disable thing is right here, so I can jump across there, get back to my fucking ship incredibly fast. Get back in my ship. Go to that place. Insert the coordinates for the Eye of the Universe. Okay. Okay. Fucking hell. Where's my ship? Oh, it's over there? Okay. Can I get to it before the fucking sun explodes? Because I'd love to write down the fucking symbols that I'm supposed to type in on a piece of paper or something, so I'm not trying to do it. Oh no, the sun is about to explode. You can sleep at the campfire to skip time at the start for the cycle. No, don't worry. Sleep at the campfire to skip time at the start to the cycle. Wait, why would I need to skip time? Oh, for the ash twins to drain, as it were? Is that why you're asking? No. We don't need to skip time. I think we got plenty of shit to keep our hands occupied. Did I just almost game over myself by deactivating that? And then the world ends right there? Was it gonna game over me? Because that would be fucking metal as hell. Okay. I need a pen. Right now. Here. Come on. Where do I keep my fucking office supplies? Oh, there goes the controller. Uh-oh. Where do I keep shit? Where do I keep my things? My things that I need. My things that I want. Okay, here it is. And yes. Okay. Awesome. Sick. Awesome. I'm great. I'm doing great. I'm just like... I'm high energy. Now that the fucking end is nigh. Like, this is... It's... what a great way to end this kind of game. With, like, you know... Okay. Angle. Fucking half an hourglass. This. The angle's very important, though. It's like... If I were to... I believe it was... 6 points. So it's like... From top right... Or maybe it was more than that. It's like top right to bottom left to bottom. Okay. You've already got one of the endings / ended the universe when you broke space-time. That is true. I did do that. So this would be another ending where I just fail and I just die. That would be nuts. That would be metal. That would be kind of fitting. I thought, honestly, I was worried for a second that that was just the end of the game. I forgot completely about the spaceship and I was like, this is it. This is the end. You either choose to relive this moment forever or end it now and just die. I was scared. I was scared. Ooh. Go back down. Go back down. Come on. And don't fall into the sun. Almost. There are 2 bad endings you can get with removing the core. 2? Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Fascinating. Where's our boy? I forget who's even on this planet. There you are. Oop. Hey, bud. I'm just gonna land down here, I guess. Hey, Chert. What you up to? I found modern Nomai transmission saying the universe is dying. You what? I don't what? You mean to say there are modern Nomai out in parts of space and they believe the universe is all of it, the whole thing is dying currently right now? If that's true, how could I have missed so many signs? The supernovae were there, but I've been studying the stars for, well, what does it matter if, oh, I'm very sorry, but I have to look over my charts. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, you could come with me if you want. No? All right, fine. There's a third bad ending. Is it besides the one I got? So there's 4 in total? I kind of want to see what everybody says about the world ending, but I don't know that I'm patient enough to do that. Alright, well, I would have taken you with me, Chert. Just so you know. I have a sandwich, and now might be the time that I eat it. And I hope there are no gross noises for you guys from said sandwich eating, but honestly, not gonna do a whole lot if there are. I just didn't realize one of them. Huh, interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Sorry, I accidentally opened something. I don't know how. Damn, I can't believe I'm so close to the end of the base game. As long as we're waiting. It's just gonna grab some more water. Which I did. I think we're nearing the end. It's pretty sick. But then, you know, there's the DLC. There's the DLC that I purchased, but so far, you know, have not interacted with. Sorry, I just dropped a bunch of shit. I'm okay. There you are. Okay, you guys ready to race? God, this is gonna be fucking nuts. I'm gonna plug the vessel into my chart. Because we're gonna have to fucking jet. Damn, this is fucking crazy. You just had to fix a goddamn shit show? Well, I'm glad it's fixed. You doing alright? Oh, this isn't the right one at all. I'm looking at the wrong tower. That one. Ooh, shit. You're already open. Uh-oh, I've wasted valuable time. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna wedge this in here and hope for the fucking best. This is a terrible idea. If my ship fucks off, I'm fucked. I'm turbo ultra fucked. I suppose I could, like, I could wedge it somewhere a little safer, but... I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm scared. Come on, I gotta be able to get it in there better, or something. No. We're just gonna put her over here. That's fine. That's better. That's doable. Yeah. Oh shit, it's that one. Whoops. Woo! Alright, let's fucking go. Let's fucking do this. I wish there were a sprint button. Ooh, I guess I could have checked these out last time. Well, too late now. Oh my god. Ah! Girl, go up there. Woo! All right, let's go. Ah! 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 Oh my god! I'm holding my fucking life in my hands. Where's my ship? There. Ow! Go, 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 go! You can always look. Next time. Oh wait, yep, this is it. Oh, don't sing the fucking music at me. I got time. I got time, damn you. Oh, if I run into the sun. No, 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 no. No autopilot. No autopilot. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. God, if I get killed by the fucking sharks, I'm dead. I'm not close to the sun anymore. Yeah, I'm good. God, my flight trajectory is all sorts of fucked. Put me in there. Yes. Oh, this fucks. This fucks. This is so cool. Woo! Oh. I don't see him. I don't see him. Am I safe? Should I move? Nope, there it is. There he is. Oh god, and we're going the wrong fucking way. Oh no, this is very bad. We're about to fucking collide with him. Oh god. What if he, no. God. Well, you'll win some, you lose some, don't you? God, speedruns of this game must be fucking crazy. Woof. Fucking woof. Uh-oh. One more time. I was so worried that when you started to play the game, you were gonna get yourself killed. I was taking my sweet old time. That's so funny. I guess that's one of the bad endings, huh? And then I'd just be like, what the fuck just happened? No, just enough time to see a weird statue, go to the woods, and then the sun fucking exploded. Whee! I think this time I won't tell Chert the world is about to end. It seemed to shake my boy. He seemed to not like it. right. Whee! Let's go to the fucking Ember. Where are you? Hey, it's that moon. Hey, it's gone. Sure, do you believe in an afterlife? Just, you know, out of curiosity. No particular reason. It's not quite golden brown yet. Close, though. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, God. Hold on. Sorry. Oh, no, I am still moving. Okay, it's just... I thought maybe Warudo in whole had frozen. Oh, wow. There's the interloper. There's the thing that killed all the Zonai. Who? Oh. All right. Let's try this again, huh? Whee! My little shelter. My little home. So, I can bite the timer. That's kind of cute. I might finally get paid tomorrow. It's gonna be exciting. fucking hell. God damn it. That's fine. Wonder how you died. Wonder what you're holding. Wonder who you were. Cactus got him. You know what? Could be. Could be. Where's my huge-ass sand pillar? There it is. Fucking hell. Yippee! 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 Oh my god, fucking go up there. Oh, I need to disable the gravity, I guess. Oh, the third one just never engages. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Go, 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 go. Okay, 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 okay. Chip! Oh no. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Ow. We'll just take the fucking long way. Woo! Like she weren't nothing. Hi. Hi, bud. Oh, fuck. Am I going the wrong way? Uh-oh. Really feels like I'm going the wrong way. Yep. Where's the beastie? Ah. No, that's just a branch. Okay. I don't see him. Where is he? Gotta be somewhere. Ooh. Okay. We're aligned. We're going. Everything's fine. I thought that as long as it wasn't above 1 bar, you were fine. I have no idea. Kind of hard to only do 1 bar, though. I'll tell you what. But yeah, I guess that does seem to be the case. God damn you. Oh, fucking hell. How do you do just 1 bar on a fucking... Do it in your suit? Right? Since you're getting a new ship. That is true. That is true. Yeah, the suit is much quieter. I might do that, honestly. Ah, I see. There's a little timer. Sure. Ooh. That's fine. Headlights. Who cares? Five minutes. I see. Damn, I'm kind of upset that the tenseness feels a little lost now that I've died a couple times, but I'm sure once I actually make it to the ship, I might feel a little differently. Everything good? Ooh. Captain, don't think I don't see you. Just take a quick little nap for, you know, a couple minutes. Why did I park so far away? Partly because he keeps grabbing my fucking ship and fucking off with it. Let me in! Let me in! Whee! A little hovel. Gotta stretch your ankles before a good space flight. There you are. Whee! Oh, fuck. I was too late on it? Damn. Alright. Dink, dink, dink. Dink, 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 dink. Woof. We just chilling here. Sorry, I'm just absolutely quiet. I'm like... My brain, she's working, she worked on overdrive and now she's naught but steam and dust. What is taking my sandcastle so long? Oh, there it is. Okay, okay. We're gonna do it right in the middle of it. Sick. Oh, all right. Fascinating. Fascinating conundrum. I'm being fucking ground on the floor like an ant. Ow. This was foolish of me. Oh my god. I made a horrible decision. Ow. Alright. Ugh. Uh-oh. God damn it. I'm so pissed. Can I access anything from here? Where's the thingies? Ugh. I am being dragged on the fucking floor like an ant. This is annoying as sin. Don't even stress about that. I didn't even die. I just reset the loop. It's fine. It's fine. You lied. You lied. Captain, I would question your motivations, but I already know you don't have an answer. Go in there, go in there, go do that. That was already flipped because I didn't die. Whee! Wow. Can I talk to you guys about the world ending? Hold on. Oh, hold on. God. Hold on. Hey guys! Okay. Hey! Never mind. Okay. Never mind. I really feel like you're kind of an asshole if you don't bring your whole planet with you. There's only like 20 of us here. Maybe 50? I don't know. Okay, so there is a way to move only a little itty bitty bit. Woo! Yeah, that's fair. Hold on, let me just... Woo! I'm a simple man with a simple plan. What? And the plan is skate parkage, I suppose. What a time to be alive. Ah. Okay. Let's scram. Oh god! Okay, we will not be attempting to jump across the gap. It's like it never happened. Honestly, if I die one more time, I'm gonna go talk to some of the other explorers, specifically the guy on the ocean fucking world. Oh. Snag. Oh. Snag. Alright. Ow. Where is my ship? Oh, she got thrown a little bit. No, she's fine. Milo, you are in my way. Woo! Let's go. Let's see if you're right and I can just one blip it. I got scared. I got scared. Uh-oh. Let me in! Let me in! Wee! Somersault! Woo-hoo-hoo. didn't like that. It's okay. We're drifting. We're drifting. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just like using my thumbnail to fucking move. Ooh. Oh. That was almost very, very bad. Oh God. I'm free. We're all very, very glad for you. We are. Okay. We're there. We're there. We're there. Everything's fine. I'm coming. You're a bitch. Okay. Let's go. Ugh, imagine if I wasn't wearing my spacesuit. Oh my God. Woo! Oh my God. What does this do? I have no idea what it does. Okay, fine. The other one. Wait, do I need that thing up first, though? Wait. I don't understand how you work. Fuck. I don't know what it meant. Oh, fuck you. Hold on. Oh, fuck you. Fuck all of you. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Woo! Oh. Oh. There it is. That's the eye. Right? Oh. Well, that's fucking terrifying. I don't know that I fuck with that. But I guess where else am I going to go? God. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Fascinating. I guess I'm here. Hello probably exists. It's jankin' hard. By God, is it jankin'? I think we just beat the base game of Outer Wilds. I don't know. I'm scared. I've died a lot of times, and not the usual die but it doesn't matter. Like, die but it mattered. Also, you should have shot the probe into that big-ass storm. What big-ass storm? That one? Enjoy your new moon? This sucks. Oh, oh, pitch black. Pitch black. Oh, oh. Wow. This is hell. I'm in hell. I think I'm in hell. I guess I'm trying to make it to the South Pole, because I entered at the North Pole. Oh, there are trees. So that's... Woo! Hi. Ooh. Hi. Okay. Sick. Yep. Oh, these are all the things that disappear and reappear. That's sick. That's a tree. Oh, I can't recall it. Okay. Huh. Well, I guess this is my life now. I guess I could go in there. That'd be fucking crazy. What else is there to do, I guess? Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. Okay. I just live like this. Huh. Ah. Outer Wilds Ventures was founded by Feldspar, Gossin, Slate, and Hornfels to explore a solar system, the end of the universe. The Nomai never got to see it for themselves, but thanks to their efforts and technology, a Hearthian was able to reach the eye of the universe. It was made to receive transmissions, but took some of the last pictures of the universe. Hornfels noticed a curious anomaly in one of the photos, but it ultimately went unexplained. That's right. That's the... yeah. Fascinating. Hush DLC. At the end of its lifespan, our sun collapsed under its own gravity and then exploded in a violent supernova. Of all the life forms who will perish in the oncoming death of the universe, we will miss the anglerfish the least. Yeah, that's probably fair. The Nomai who came to our solar system were following a signal from the eye of the universe. They perished when the interloper arrived, bringing with it the deadly substance we called ghost matter that flooded the entire solar system almost instantly and without warning. It can all end like that. Hornfell's observations. This is incredible. At first I thought the points of light in this image were stars, but they're not. They're galaxies. This image covers just a tiny patch of the whole sky, which means the universe contains thousands more galaxies. Yeah, alright. I read that, I guess. Nothing new there. Oh. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a fair ending to give me. There goes another universe, I guess. Oh, there goes all of them. Oh. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Well, now it's gone. And there's another. Ooh. Uh-oh. I have no idea where I am. I think this is it forever. I think. You weren't supposed to do that? Oh. Can't just give me free reign and then be like, oh, but not that. Oh, cool. I'm back. Ah. Scared to stop looking at it. Not gonna lie to you. Oh, you're gonna stay? Okay. Oh, you're gonna grow. Right? Oh! You're gonna grow, but also get smaller. Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh! Scared the shit out of me, Esker. Do you hear music? I sure don't. Oh. Yeah, I found it, man, but... I did. Yes. Oh! I see. You are gonna change too, huh? Who are you? Rybeck. It's not quite time yet. Pretty sure we'll need the others for this next part. We'll need, you know, everyone. No rush. Take your time. It might not even exist here. Aren't you forgetting someone? I guess. The Quiet Shade. Across Old Bark. In the Ancient Glade. It's always dark. That's Feldspar. feel like I should get him last. Ooh. That must not be it. Ooh. Oh. You're constantly reaching for something you can't attain, right? Oh. And they do reach for it. Okay. But I want to grab my folks. I'm scared of that. I don't know. I want to grab my music folks. You guys can tower. Oh my god. All right, Feldspar. Let's go. Okay, how do I get you? Funny in-game jump scare. It's fucked up. Well, I guess I don't have that anymore. But I can't get to it. There it is. Oh, I see. Oh, I do have to get that one, don't I? Should I check? Aren't you forgetting someone? Hatchling, you found me. Nice to have company around a campfire, isn't it? Go on, go get the others. Wouldn't want them to miss out. Hey, time pal. So you're getting the band back together, huh? Go on, find the others. I'll be here. You don't need me yet, but you will. The stars were beautiful, weren't they? Even if our star is what ultimately killed us. I'll wait here and remember them while you gather everyone. Okay, I guess we go for you, huh? You guys get to join on the band. One more left, just maybe they are a new friend, but they deserve to be here. It was their effort that got you here. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving anybody behind to get them. A conscious observer has entered the eye. I wonder what happens now. The time to find out? Yep. This song is new to me, but I am honored to be a part of it. You say time, buddy, ready to start the music? This should be cool. Shall I begin? Then here I go. should I begin? You got it. I'll do my best. What do you say then? Should I get out the old harmonica? Yep. Haha, here goes nothing. I can't wait to play with the whole group again. Can I start? Yeah, of course. Okay, I won't let you down. This is incredibly fucking cool. Cut it a little close, don't you think? Worked out alright in the end, I suppose. Hope there are beasties in the next one. I tell you what, this has been really fun, and I got to help make something pretty cool, so I got no complaints. I mean, not me exactly, but close enough. The kind of thing that makes you feel glad you stopped and smelled the pine trees along the way, you know? I believe we've reached the end of our journey. All that remains is to collapse the innumerable possibilities before us. Are you ready to learn what comes next? Not yet. It's tempting to linger in this moment, while every possibility still exists. But unless they are collapsed by an observer, they will never be more than possibilities. I just want to talk to everyone. Wow, how long has it been since I got to make music with everyone around a campfire? I'm really happy we're all here. Even if it's over now, I had a good time learning. But I think the rules are about to change. I learned a lot by the end of everything. The past is past now, but that's okay. It's never really gone completely. The future is always built on the past, even if we won't get to see it. Still, it's time for something new now. I admire your curiosity, friend. Let's find out together. Oh. That was incredibly beautiful. Ugh. I see why everyone loves this fucking game. I was really worried, because I get really freaked out by, endings. But that was really well done. It was done in a way that even someone like me could appreciate, which I appreciate. Ugh. It's the first time a game's made me cry in a while. Fucking hell. For a fresh... Like, I don't know, cry this much. What an ending. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. You still have the DLC left, which is just so good. Yeah, I guess I was supposed to do the DLC before I ended the game. But, you know. Such is life. Oh, very, very, very cool. Very well done. 6 hours in, we still have 12 hours on the timer. I know, guys, in a half hour, we'll be ready to begin the Jankathon. Aren't you excited? In my opinion, it's best to get through the whole base game, get the ending, and then do the DLC. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. We did it the right way then. Oh, so fucking cool. Opening to Jankathon. I'm glad you were all here for it. I'm glad you're all able to stay till it's pretty late. It's a bit later than I usually stream too. Even if nobody throws anything else at me, you guys still took this Jankathon, which is not like not a charity stream, not a anything, not just like me, like fucking about kind of as we usually do, with just like a timer on, and even still, you guys have added a whole stream, like on top of the original 12 hours. So, thank you for your support, and thank you for your trust and your enjoyment of me, and thank you for being here with me, and thank you for suggesting this game. And that just, you know, a lot of stuff. I don't know who his Nibs Duncan of Retriever is, but fucking God bless him. Have it next time for other days, but today you made a beautiful experience. I played through a beautiful experience. I was just here for the ride, same as y'all. It's always a good time here. I'm incredibly glad. It's always a good time here with you. Very, very beautiful game. Very, very well written. Great, like, gameplay. Yeah. They drop no balls. It's a 10 out of 10 game. They fucking landed every shot they made. 4.3 billion years later. There it all is again. Ooh, everything's very different. We're all inside out, huh? All our planets. Kind of makes sense. Oh, there goes my scout. I guess it made it. A ballless drop? Now hold on. Ugh. What a great fucking time that was. What a great fucking time that was. I don't think I can click on anything else without ruining the music. I really like the music. Yeah. Ugh. What a shame. I'll start playing it again once we're raiding out. I'll start playing it again once we're raiding out. Let me go find somewhere to go to send you creeps. As soon as you're gone, I will be stopping this timer and we will start it again tomorrow. 6 p.m. again, unless I can start at 5 p.m. Probably not. Probably 6 p.m. But 6 p.m. EST. Or 5 p.m. EST. Obviously. Let's check to see what's going on. I immediately see someone. I immediately see a few people who I'd love to raid, but I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm gonna try and find somewhere where I don't normally go or don't often go, because everyone deserves some love on this lovely, lovely Jankathon. Ooh, guess who's got a new model? Ooh, guess who's got a new model and it's cute as fuck? Let's go hang out. You guys want to go say hi to Rue? I'd love to go say hi to Rue. There's a wonderful video that deep dives into the sound design of the game, and the effort and meaning behind everything is so good. I'd love to watch that. If you would share it to the Discord, that would be fucking awesome. All right, everyone, we're raiding out. Don't forget, I don't know, a raid message. Hey, if you're here and you enjoyed what you saw and you want to join the Discord, you can do that. It's where I notify everyone when I'm streaming, and you know, good stuff is. It spoils the DLC, so I need to do that first. Aye. We will do that first. Yeah, don't forget to copy the raid message, even if it pauses the music again. My bad. My bad. Guys, I had so much fun, and we're gonna have so much fun again tomorrow. Ooh, do we want to do a custom one? Hold on. Jankin' hard or hardly jankin'? That's mine. And we'll do our new nonsense. This is mine. This is what I'm doing. I'm doing jankin' hard or hardly jankin', but everyone is free to do what they want. Guys, love y'all. See you again tomorrow. Very, very excited. See you in the Discord. See you through your window where I will be watching. Okay, bye now. Bye.